Ah, now I'm on. Just trying new things out. I normally use the Google Hangouts on air to do all my stuff, so I usually have the Q&A panel and all that. Now I'm trying something new. I want to try out using the chat, because I normally don't use the chat. That way you guys have a direct access to what I'm saying right here. That, and at the same time, the Q&A module, some people don't notice it, so I want to see how this works out, depending on how many people show up tonight. So we're going to have some fun here. Just want to make sure everything is all hunky-dory. Just want to make sure I can see myself. This is some weird meta stuff right now. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, good. Excelente. Okay, that's good. Excellent. So I should be able to take it from here. Excellent. It really does not feel like 10 p.m. in the slightest. It feels quite a bit earlier. Oh. So let's see. Keep in mind, if you're watching, if you have anything you want to ask, or if you have any just random thing you want to talk about, go right ahead, and I'm totally down. If not, I'll just start rambling on about things, and it'll be a good time. Let's see here. So if you didn't watch my last stream, Doohickey did yesterday with Marcus and Tor, I talked a little bit about the new version of Magman Eternal. I just put out a new version actually today, and that just added on a couple of things that we saw and noticed in our stream last night. I actually forgot to put the rumble effects in Primal Man's level, Wily Stronghold 3, and for the final boss. So I've incorporated all that, and now it's in the newest version. It shouldn't make that big of a difference if you've already started using the new version. Either way, it makes no difference whatsoever. You just download it again, you just copy, paste all those Indy files and put them into that folder and just overwrite them. It should make no difference whatsoever. Let's see here. Let's see here. I guess one thing I can do is I can show what I'm up to lately. Obviously, I can't tell you everything, but I can tell you a little bit about some things. So let's see here. Just gonna open up some fun stuff. I guess one thing I could do while I wait for some people to start talking in the chat is I can show a little bit about the instructions I mentioned yesterday about how to use the Gamepad controls. I'm just going to open up my screen. Just got to get the appropriate folder open. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's get that. I think this is the one I want. Yes. Okay. So I wanted to show a little bit about how to customize the Gamepad controls, because in case you're using a PC game controller, note that, and even if you're using an Xbox 360 controller, this will be how it is. So, I'm actually wrong screen. We want this one. Sometimes it does it on the Windows, so I have to make sure I have the appropriate one open. So I just opened up gamepad.ini here. Just called Gamepad here. There's 3 sections inside of this ini file. First one is enabled here. This is for enabling and disabling this native Gamepad controller feature. So it's worth noting that that this guy right here, this will of course allow you to turn it off. Say if you really liked the way of using joy to key, because you can still technically do that. You just have to you can just change this to a 0, and this will completely disable the native controls within the game. So I'm talking about joysticks and game controllers and all that lovely business. Now, one thing worth noting about the Xbox 360 controller is that the controls are preset. There'll probably be more flexibility in the sequel, or at least for now. So if you're wondering, the X button, actually, I'll just show you. It's easy enough. I'll just do that. I got it right. No, I've not gone to the dark side. I'm still what you'd call one of those Nintendo fans. Not a fanboy though. I don't go that far. So X, of course, is for shoot. That's jump. That's start. And you can move with the left analog here or the D-pad. Either one works. Those are the controls for the Xbox 360 controller. Note they could be a wired one, it could be a wireless one. It should be just fine. So let's see, go back here, and I can use that to move on to this one little bit. So note that the vibrate line right here, and no, it's not a vibrator. It is actually for the rumble feature. I just called it vibrate. What you do is you put a number between 0 and 1 in here, and what it'll do is it'll gauge how much rumble you want. So right now by default it's half. If you want more rumble, you can set it up to 1. If you want less or you want to turn it off, you set that to 0. The last settings here, as I told you, the Xbox 360 controller has everything preset, but the PC controllers do not have this. Unlike them, you can change any of the buttons you like to whatever you like, as long as it makes sense. Keep in mind, you can shoot yourself in the foot by not typing in the correct number. So let me just give you an example here. So if you looked at that, it said shoot button 1, jump button 2, start button 10. So if you have a good PC controller, it often has numbers on it. So you'll notice that right there is 1. So that's shoot, that's jump, and that guy is start. And then some of them have a D-pad, some have a left analog, some will let you to change in between the two. And that's basically the gamepad functionality in Mega Man Eternal 1. It's note that the sequel has a lot more functionality when it comes to the rumble feature. It's pretty in the one and this one, although it's fun to have a new rumble feature. That is pretty cool. But the big thing here is that you can actually modify the buttons and all that stuff, because people really wanted native controllers. Because joy to key for some people just doesn't work really well. For me, I didn't make any difference, but I wanted to make sure I had as much flexibility for everybody. So something at least feasible. I know there's never such thing as pleasing everybody. There are some people that just do not like it when you have too little of options for them. So if you give them something that is a little bit under what they want, they'll demand more and more until you can never satisfy them. But that's a whole other point. Oh boy. Oh, let's see. The chat is pretty quiet at the moment. But if you were around last night, I did on my stream. I had pretty much played with the newer version of Mega Man Eternal. I did all the Robot Master fights, and it was pretty satisfying. Note that the rumble in this game, it operates on if you're using the charge blasts. If you hold your charger, it actually will vibrate more as you have it longer charged. And when you release it, it stops rumbling. Of course, and if you get damaged, and if you die, either one will cause you to vibrate. But yeah, the sequel will have a little bit more of an integrated approach. You're going to notice that in this one, it's not inside the game. I could have done that, but I wanted to focus more on the sequel for now. I may go back to this and do it within the game itself, but honestly, it's too it's simple enough to do it through the file itself. But yeah, let's see here. Let's see here. Maybe later I'll play a little bit of Mega Man Eternal, or play something else. Who knows? Let's see here. Let's see here. I'm just trying to think of one thing. What was I going to do? I was going to do something rather cool. Let's see. I'm just going to find something to tinker with. How about until I start getting some chat messages, I will play a bit of Mega Man Eternal. Let's get some game controller in this action. Let's see here. Okay, let's go to screen. Screen that sucker. There we go. Just make sure I have the chat on the appropriate side. Last thing we need is it hiding underneath everything. Okay. Some have been one. I'll maybe put on for a little bit. I'll put on just this native audio. Some people like that, so I'll do that. La 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 la. Let's do. How about this? There we go. And let's go back. There we go. I have returned. Let's see here. So far, it's been pretty quiet. It's been pretty quiet. Let's see here. If you're watching, don't be shy. Hang out in the chat. I like conversation. I want your delicious, delicious questions and random things you want to talk about. Let's see here. Let's see if I can. I know what I can do is I can check. Oh, what was that? Let's see. Not Quora. I'm just trying to think if that's which one. Sometimes people ask me questions on. Just trying to remember the name of the site. It's been a while. Let's see here. Let's see. I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh boy. Let's see here. Well, let's see. Let's see if I got anything fun to show you. Let's see. Does anybody in the chat get Mega Man figures? I have a few myself, but not that many. I got bass and treble, and I have Mega Man, Rush, and Metal. Let's see here. If anybody plays any Monster Hunter, I'm always down for Monster Hunter. Let's see. My new 3DS. See if anybody's online here. Sometimes there's people online. Nah, it's a pretty surprisingly quiet night, it seems. Let's see here. Let's see here. I know, I'll go bug the Mega Man fan group and see if they want to kick it into here. There we go. That should hopefully help. Let's see here. Let me think. I guess while we wait, I can always show you some neat little tricks you can use to solve useful problems. Yes. Here, let me see here. I'll show you something. Let's see. Yes. Yes, there's the Mega Man Eternal. I got some Perler art up there. All the Robot Masters. I made the punk one, but I've I've yet to make the rest of the Mega Man Killers, and I plan maybe one day to make all the Mega Man Eternal 2 Robot Masters as Perler art. These guys were all commissioned. If you know the user on YouTube, Salieri, his wife made these ones, the ones above Punk. So all the major Robot Masters here. They make some pretty good Perler art. I got a whole bunch of stuff around here I can always have conversations about. But yeah, no, I got some Perler art up there. Let's see. Yes, Jasper, yes. I know about your D-Arts collection. You got a pretty epic collection. I enjoy it. It's pretty epic. Oh, let's see. But yeah, the one thing I'm not sure about, if anybody's has any ideas, I'm thinking of either I'm going to be doing the Perler arts in grayscale, like with the Game Boy Color tones, or should I do them with color? Which do you think would go better? Probably, like, I don't know. It'd probably be more beads to do them in grayscale, but it could be the case that they may actually look a lot better, all matched up nice in color. I don't know. I'm leaning towards using all color. Let's see here. Let's see. Maybe I can get Marcus in here. He invited me to a video call, so I'll add him, and we'll see how this goes. Let's see here. Marcus was trying to call me, so let's see if Marcus will be joining in on our fun here. Yeah, I think I'll try Greg because it'll make it stick out a bit better. Marcus!
Hey,
we're just talking about Perler art.
I just thought I'd pop in for a quick second, and I see that you're.
That's awesome. Yes, just go right up my nose there. There we go. Make them nice and wide.
Well, hello, Internet. Mega Man B here. Once again, hanging out with the Page Wizard, talking about some Mega Man. Some Mega Man.
Yeah, I did Wily Stronghold 1 while you were gone.
Yeah, I was playing in the background while hanging out with the kids, and I was like,
I'm so jealous of those gummy worms.
Yeah, there's a big bag.
Where'd you get them?
Like gas station, like a no-name.
You know, those every gas station gummy worms. That's where it's at.
Like it's like one of those no-name gas stations that, it's not a Texaco or an Arco or a Shell. It's none of those. It's just a no-name gas station.
It's a gas station, just has no name on it. It's just like, what do? We just sell gas. But you don't know who we are, and we don't know what exactly we do aside from that. But we sell gummy worms, too. That's where it's at.
It's like one of those places that if you're in Southern California or along the border, they may sell a spicy mango Lucas sucker with chamoy and all that good stuff. Or you get a novelty bag of gummy worms. Like I just did.
Delicious worms. I'm very jealous.
You ought to be, because they are delicious.
Oh, but I want your input on this too. I was actually just asking about it. I have my the Mega Man Eternal Perler art up here stuff so far. and I've been asking if I should do them in color or if I should do them in grayscale or Game Boy tones, like the Mega Man Eternal 2 Perler art. Whenever I do that,
it'll be true. It'll be true to the nature of the game if you did it in grayscale.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, the only disadvantage is that I would use more beads for those particular colors.
True, and you'll.
But then at the same time, you can shop around and be like, oh, I'll just get a light gray and a dark gray and get at least a couple bags, because you'll go through a lot of them doing this stuff.
Yes, but then again, if you did it in color, you'll know the actual true color nature or the palette that the game will show when you start playing their stages.
Yeah,
which is cool.
Yeah,
so I say,
exactly.
Or if you're, which would be really cool if you did in like half the color and half grayscale. I don't know, maybe it's a little too much.
Well, I think grayscale probably the best way to go. That's what Jasper recommends, is maybe going grayscale.
Because it'll keep up with the theme of the game. It'll keep up with the theme of Mega Man Eternal 2.
Mm-hmm.
Being a Game Boy game,
Those gummy worms are just so many delicious gummy worms.
Oh no, I'm trying not to like gobble them in front of you, Dan.
But it looks so delicious, but it adds character. It's fun.
And these are really good sour ones too. They're really good. And plus, consider it's been hot around here. The heat of the room temperature and all that kind of softened them up. Just nice little gooey salt. It's perfect. Perfect chewy, good gooey gummy worm goodness. Try saying that 5 times fast.
Gooey and juicy gummy worms.
Chewy, gooey, gummy goodness.
Delicious gummy worms. That's the key thing.
So, Dan, what are we expecting from you this time around with Mega Man Eternal 2?
Oh, by the way,
Uh-oh.
ability when it comes to the gamepad controls and that stuff for the sequel. But at the same time as well, that the Rumble is much more, it's better interlaced with the game itself. Marcus has tried it out. What do you think about the Rumble?
Well, it's like this. If you like Rumble in your games, like force feedback in any of your games, you're gonna love the iteration that Mega Man Eternal 2 is going to bring you. It's kind of like a callback to those Game Boy games with the built-in Rumble pack that the Game Boy Color had provided for us.
Yeah.
With the big old fat AA
the
batteries.
Big fat end of the cartridges.
Yes, and it because it's not too jarring and but it's not weak. And when you get hit or when you charge the Buster, especially when you charge that Mega Buster, you actually feel like you harnessing the power of the Mega Buster.
Yeah, that's really it. In the sequel, you really feel it. Like it's really nice. It's a very gradual thing. Like it builds up. In the first game, the way I had it, and keep in mind, a lot of it just had to do with the way I programmed, because I never programmed it to incorporate that feature originally. So it isn't as smooth. But in this one, it's just like, it's nice and smooth. But no, Jasper's saying that it's been pretty hot. And it's hot. It's getting a little bit nicer here in London, but I'm talking about London, Ontario, not London, England.
In Canada.
In Canada, we up here, where apparently there's igloos everywhere, but apparently...
Great White North,
America. Great White North. Yet it was like 40 here not that long ago, and I had the AC on most of the summer. If not, I think there was only like a few days I didn't. Today I didn't need the AC on, which is really nice. There was a nice cool breeze. Didn't have to. I was so lucky. I just like went out for a good walk, just enjoyed it. It was so nice. I could just go outside and be like, I'm not going to melt today.
Oh my goodness, today it was awful. For the like I was trying to get some kind of peace of mind. You know, right now I'm still going at it with the Sega Saturn here. You know, a little break from the advanced gaming systems that I do have. You know, keep in mind I still will play this or my Wii U, and Super Mario Maker is, you know, I will get soon when, you know, I haven't got on the bandwagon yet. But keep in mind, I know you've been going all about it in your playthrough with it, but in considering today, it's being hot. Like, it was so hot it will knock you out. Like, you won't be sleepy, but you'll be wanting to go to sleep, especially if you're playing games and you're just hanging out and kind of melting on the seat or bed or your gaming.
That's pretty much how it's been here. We get really humid weather here near the Great Lakes. It gets pretty bad. But no, I know what you mean. The storms are getting they get bad, really bad here. Because keep in mind, I've told you about this, but in Winnipeg, when it rains, it's usually refreshing. It's like, hey, look, now it's gonna feel nice and cool when you get the rain out. But no, when I open up the windows here when it rains, it just goes. It's just all that humidity attacks you, and you can never trust it.
Yes, and people in Texas can relate to that because I lived in Texas for over 5 years, and I know for a fact that when it rains and it's hot, it's like the elements stick to your skin, and you need to take 3 or 4 showers that day. It's awful.
Yeah, it's like a sauna kind of.
Like, you know, it's like having swamp. It's like having swamp skin or swamp drawers. If you know, if you're that, if you're that kind of person, and it's just awful. I just have to take a shower.
I know what you mean.
Shower. You know, have the music playing on my little counter and just have a fold-up chair in the shower and just stay in the shower.
That just sounds like a fun idea, you know? I'm just going to hang on the couch. Maybe tomorrow.
It may take a toll on your water bill if you pay bills, but sometimes you just got to have to just hang out in the shower.
Hear that, kids? Word of advice: stay in the shower.
Stay in the shower.
But don't come to me if your parents find you like drowned in the shower, because I don't know, maybe you have one of those like glass door ones that like seal you in, and like you like clog the drain with like your hair or something.
Yeah, kiddos, don't do that, because
don't. It's a little morbid. I went there, you know.
Consider if your state is having a drought, I wouldn't recommend it either. Especially you Californians, do not doing it. I'm saying it'll be nice to do it. It's something that you would like to do. Henceforth, I taking 3 or 4 showers a day. Hey, you're still wasting water. You can't be doing that. So don't do it, kids.
But no, that's from what I hear, like from Jasper and you both in California. The weather is pretty crazy this summer.
It is awful. Like it's like I know how I feel the plight of an ant. You know, the ant where you got the kid who has the big magnifying glass with the sun and he's pinpointing that beam on you. That's how I feel. I feel
Just go like this, just like trying to get it the right reflection of the sun. Just
exactly. That's the sun. If I ever go outside, oh man, I gotta wear a hat, wear a tank top, put some sunscreen, you know, and douse cold water on you. Nothing you do. It's awful.
you're at mercy of it. And then at the same time, if you just stay in the apartment or stay at home during it when you have the AC on, like everything, your skin dries out and all that, and it's just like depending on how you are, I tend to be pretty sensitive to really dry, humid weather. Like, I mean dry, hot weather, sorry.
Hold on.
I'm not a big fan of the dryness that you get from an air conditioner. So after a while, it's just like, no, just no. I want to have some normal kind of balanced-ish, but not humid. But it's cool, so I'll not melt. So I'd rather take not melting over being all dry.
Right. And I don't know, man. It's just the weather just don't want to cooperate with nobody around here. It becomes a major damper on gaming sessions, especially if, you know, you enjoy gaming and you want to just be cool. You have like me, I have like 4 or 5 fans surrounding me, AC running, still not cold enough to be there.
Yeah, pretty much. Then getting a good AC unit for a cheap buck can be a little bit of a challenge. I know ours is just like it just fits in, and it cools off maybe the main bedroom, but you have to ventilate it. But even then, by the time it gets to anywhere useful, it's not as cool.
Yeah, and that's a bummer.
But it's all right. It's much better than being outside. That's the key thing.
Playing some awesome video games. That's what I do.
It
Whether it
only
be
sucks when you have to go outside, though. Say, for instance, you have to go to work or something, or you go get groceries, do something of that nature. Yeah, Jasper saying that it's been in the 90s over in Los Angeles. And Monday to Wednesday is supposed to rain, and due to heavy ass rain too, this weather can suck it.
We did get a good spell of rain for 4 days. This past, that's for sure. And
But yeah,
you know, I can't complain.
yeah, I can empathize with you guys because
Awesome,
yeah,
you
like
know,
a degree,
I really,
Mhm.
really.
Uh-oh. I think Marcus is... Oh, no, you're okay. You're okay. I was first watching it, and like, then your voice was just dying. And then everything got updated. But no, I can empathize. So for my American friends that may not understand the metric system, about 40 degrees Celsius is roughly around, it's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It can get pretty bad. Like if I were to put in Fahrenheit, it was most of this summer around anywhere between 100 and 107 a lot of the time here. But from just straight up the humidity just eating everything up.
Oh my, well.
But no, I totally empathize. It's a different kind of hot up here. Like, it's a different kind of hot. It's kind of like everything's just collectively warming it up because of the humidity, but I totally get you. But then it's like, you know what I mean. It's hot. Nobody likes that unless you like beach weather every single day. But that's fine. I'm much better in I like cool weather. I'm from Winnipeg. I like my snow drifts. I just don't like driving in it. But that's the good stuff.
Yeah, and me personally, I like a little cool weather because the easy thing about cool weather is all you have to do is add clothes to you instead of taking them off. You know, if it's too hot to the point where you don't have enough clothes to take off, you're.
Where are you going with this, Marcus?
Oh no!
Yeah. Let's take off clothes here.
Oh, like cold weather. With cold weather, you can add clothes. Put on a pair of socks. Those are cold. It's easier to put on a sweater or a hat when your head is and chest is cold. But when it comes to being hot, it's the most uncomfortable feeling. You feel like you're getting encroached by a person that you don't care about. An unsavory person. And if it's hot, and on top of that, everything rises in the heat.
Yeah.
Bad. It rises in the heat. Other than the heat itself, you're just gonna have a bad time. I wouldn't sure. That's why you got a lot of people coming to visit California instead of living here, because it sucks when it's hot. And that's why we encourage people to go to the beach. Like, let's say, hey, you live in Long Beach. Long Beach is hot, but you go surfing. It's like, you enjoy yourself. And after that, it gets cold. It gets cooler at night. It's you go home. It's a nice time. You have a nice time. But if you're in the mainland and it's hot, you don't have a pool. You don't have a beach to just go and hang out. Oh, and if you're lucky, if you have a public pool to go to, holy moly, if you have a public pool, yes, you're in the business. With a sprinkler and a wading pool, you just might have to make. That's what I would say as far as the heat. Like Winnipeg, I can imagine like the heat sticks to your skin like napalm.
In London it's like that. In Winnipeg it's a dry hot most of the time.
Really?
Yeah, because
straight dry.
Like when I say dry, I don't mean it's usually not very humid at the same time as it's hot. But it can be humid when it's hot, but definitely not as humid as it is here. Here it takes the cake compared to that. And even then, I only experienced a mild summer here. Apparently, it gets hotter here.
Well, you get mild. It's cool to have a little mild.
But the key thing is that it could get worse here.
Oh man. I have to around here. I have to store in water bottles in the freezer. Not too much frozen, but kind of got a nice little top frost where where my ice cold. I'll have actually ice cold water. I can shake it around, drink it. Breaks the heat really, really quick. That's how I roll. Yeah. I love it.
Wait, that reminds me, Marcus, can you see the chat by any chance?
Let me do a little something like this because I am on my.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're on your phone, right?
Yeah, I'm not at the computer at the moment.
That's fine. That's fine. I got an eye on the chat. Jasper's in charge of the chat. I also made you a mod as well.
Cool. Do we have any visitors?
Yeah, it's been between 0 and 2. Actually, no, it's been 1 and 2. We'll hopefully get some more. I can see the chat. So we can have some fun. I like fun. I know you guys like fun. I like fun. Marcus likes fun. Jasper likes fun. I don't know too many people that don't like fun.
I don't know anybody that don't like fun either. Maybe those guys, if they don't like fun, then by goodness, stay away from me, you know? Questions. I desire delicious questions, which, yeah, you do.
I've been wanting questions so bad this weekend. I'm just like, people, give me questions. I thrive on questions. I just need them. I want them. They're so delicious. But put them in the chat. I seriously want them. So it could be about anything. You can ask anybody anything. You can say whatever you like in the chat. If you want to say Marcus is funny, you want to say that I'm a poo-poo head, go right ahead. I'm gonna regret saying that.
You might just regret saying that. Then again,
But then poo-poo head is very light. It could be way worse.
He said, big stinking doo-doo head.
Doo-doo pee-pee pee-pee poo-poo head.
Now we're getting pretty immature.
With sprinkles on top. The sprinkles make it a bit more severe. Why would you put sprinkles on some doo-doo anyway?
It's still doo-doo. It's just a little flair on it.
Yeah, I know. The flair is what... Because you know how people are these days. They get so offended by everything, you know? The sprinkles, they offend them. That's really it. That's what makes it worse. Is that if I were to use their language or lingo, it triggers them. Because poop normally doesn't have sprinkles on top of it.
Oh my! People get offended. Don't watch out, Dan. People get offended about stuff like that. And don't let me get started on people getting offended. Holy crap! You want to further the confusion? You do that over there. Don't bring that crap around here, okay? I ain't having that shit. You know?
Yeah, that doesn't help that I tend to call a spade a spade.
Yes.
I'm much more of a fan of let's just cut and dry, let's get to the point, and it's really gets in the way of the discussion when we have it where it's like, oh, because a lot of people think in their head that them being offended is some sort of argument, but that's not an argument if you want to have an argument over something, you know? Being offended is it's an approach for appeal to emotion, not a let's have a discussion about it, because oftentimes very challenging things can be offensive material. It's kind of the nature of the beast.
You got to keep in mind those who are offended anyway. They kind of don't. They always want to take over the conversation.
Oh yeah, because what do they do? There's a saying that they tend to apply with creationists, and I tend to think it applies pretty well to social justice types, or the people that want to appeal to emotion over having rational discourse. I mean they're like offended or whatever. They want to play their word games. They want to throw labels around rather than having clear-cut words for what we're talking about.
What's the labels?
Yeah. Often the saying goes is that that debating a creationist is very much like playing chess with a pigeon. It's going to poop all over the board, kick over the pieces, and then fly away, and claim it won.
That's funny.
It's very similar here too.
Fly away. That's hilarious. But where do I start? Where do I even freaking begin? Like, holy crap! Like, Facebook. Holy crap, Facebook. You get to the point where I just don't even want to go on Facebook because, oh man, Facebook people is detestable at best. Like, holy crap. Like, you guys ain't got nothing better to do but to state non-sequiturs that doesn't apply to normal civilization or regular thinking. You know, like, why even? like I said, I don't even know how to go about it or how to approach it. It just gets to the point where I'm like, you're dumb. I guess you're just dumb. There's no. I tried. You tried. Whatever. But this what kills me. They try to justify their speaking toward me with the crap. They want to justify it like, oh, well, you're a Christian and you should understand that God created heaven and earth and all that. I'm like, yeah, I understand that, but as a realist, God created the sciences that made the thing. You think things just magically appear?
Yeah. Well, like either way, like of course with someone like me, of course, like I know what you mean. Like as for someone like me, I just totally discard the whole God idea in the first place because someone like me always looks for evidence for things and tries to, you know what I mean? Like we basically have very similar points about it. It's a matter of disagreement over what we believe, really it. And the thing is, some people just don't want to make that just the case. They want to say, hey, look, how dare you insist that you can impose your atheistic views against me? How dare you? It offends me. Like,
yeah, like how dare you? How dare?
Oh, I've had someone. Actually, a fun fact. First, before I get to that story, I'm gonna say hi to Mr. Triple AAA or Mr. Triple AAA. Yes. He's asking how's everybody doing.
Oh, Peachy King. Doing good.
Excellent. I'm doing good. I'm trying out this new streaming stuff because I normally use Google Hangouts on Air, and they have like a Q&A thing and whatnot. Instead, I want to use try moving on to using chat, so it makes things a little bit easier. At the same time, it makes it because I know some people just don't notice that you can just like click and join the Hangout. You can ask questions there. The chat will offer a way that people can ask directly questions, and they don't have to think as much about it. Like they don't have to go into a special thing, and they don't have to go Q&A and ask questions. It keeps things simple.
I like simple.
Yeah. Then the only disadvantage, of course, is we have less control over we can't moderate the questions. That's really it. But hey, that's kind of the trade-off. Is I'd rather have it where mostly people have the ability to talk to each other too. That's really it. That's one thing I really want to make a bigger thing about is that people like that are watching can also be a part of the discussion too. Because otherwise it's just like questions, but sometimes people give in comments with their questions, so we talk about it too. But yeah, it's it can be a bit blah. But I think it's for the better.
Keep in mind, Dan, I'll be popping in and out because life happens still, and I'm still part of the call. So.
Yep. No, that sounds good. If you ever need to just go and vanish for a bit, go right ahead. I'll be here.
Of course.
If not, you're screwed. And we're just gonna have some fun here while you're gone.
Well, fun is what I'm all about, man. I'm all about that.
But yeah, no, I also wanted to cheer up Jasper. He's not doing the greatest at the moment, but we're gonna have some fun. That's really it. Because, but no, let's see here. See if anybody has any questions or wants to bug if you have anything that you want to talk about, because we were just talking about something rather interesting. We can always talk about that more. Actually, oh yeah, I was going to tell that story. Yes, that's right. I was going to tell a fun story, and if the person that knows this person tells this person, just say, of course, that I'm just talking about that story. If you know who it is, but you may not know. So on DeviantArt, I got into a discussion over the first Magman Eternal, and what happened was, and I'm going to preface this with that this is someone that's a teenager, isn't like somebody like me who's been doing this kind of stuff for a long time. And I always like to help out people that are newer to programming. That's really, because keep in mind that when I was like a young adult, like I mean like young, I mean when I was pretty young, when I started learning how to program, I was like somewhere around 12, maybe, and I was making games before that, but on paper. But so I always have a big appreciation for helping out people. That's really one big thing I'm really about, and I tend to not want to go against people in terms of like, because a lot of people like especially in the Mega Man community, Mega Man fan game community especially. I wouldn't say so much the fan game community, but the fan community, like some people that make sprites and things like that. They tend to mock a lot of the earlier programmers. Some people that are just trying out and learning how to program. Sometimes people dig and stab a lot more than to appreciate and give feedback. And I think that's something really important. And sometimes you get people that are learning how to program, and it totally deters them from talking to other people in this community because they, like, as far as I'm concerned, and now this is now don't quote me on this because it's obviously it's a little bit of a broad stroke. Is a lot of the people in the community that I used to be much of a part of, but I still am, but I don't talk to as many people anymore in it, aside from my closer friends that have been in it for a long time, or some of my composer friends. Is a lot of it has gotten pretty anal, to be honest with you. Cynical, rather word is a little bit entitled, to be honest with you. But I don't mind. I just think it's I think at the same time, it's not I'm not talking about fans. I'm talking about people that contribute in these little forums and things like that. They really don't understand how much effort goes into making a game. Or even if they do not understand, they often are overly critical when they aren't usually well capable to do it themselves. And this is actually not just in this community. It's a very similar trait in the Sonic fan base. Very similar. And the same goes for a lot of gaming communities. It's very similar. You'll find that they'll complain very easily about things without taking much appreciation for them. But I'm going to pull this back a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about how it is for some early programmers. So especially on the internet, when you have a lethal combination of Capcom and Mega Man fans, and them sometimes doing this. So I'll premise, of course, what I'm going to say with that I tend to be pretty down the middle with this stuff because I like Capcom. But at the same time, I understand what people have such a beef with them. But at the same time, I'm, of course, going to tell you that, well, if you look at if you do the arithmetic, you'll see that a Mega Man game does not necessarily do that well compared to some of their major other series. And ever since that whole Marvel vs. Capcom DLC bit, they really needed to pull back and collect all those resources back up. So they focused on other things. Marcus, you're back.
Yes, sir.
I'm telling a story. I was going to be talking about a story of a creationist guy that really got on his bad. He got his butt hurt pretty bad. But I'm just gonna finish telling the story. But basically, it boiled down to this. What happened was, of course, let me just finish my little thing about Capcom Mega Man. They created a lot of animosity between people in the community. And a lot of them are very jaded over the fact that Capcom ain't giving them as much as what they want, but they don't understand that maybe it's because Capcom has to focus on other things. But at the same time, they take it out on especially fan game makers. They take it out on us. And a lot of people don't understand that. Like, it's the funny thing about it, because especially that fan game makers make these games for free. They don't get money from doing this stuff. We do it as a hobby. So a lot of people don't understand that, and so when somebody's like, "Oh, well, look, talking about it like they've paid $60 for a game," it's a little bit excessive. And sometimes you just don't understand that. Sometimes a programmer doesn't you don't know enough about what's going on to say everything you think you know about something. And this is true for many things, including things I even talk about. Now let's pull this back to the story. So I knew this one guy who tended to be pretty free from bias. Some people would know him, some may not. His name is Entity. You may, if anybody that's been Sprite-Sync, they may know who I'm talking about. Some people may know him on Deep. I've known him for a long time on YouTube. I don't know him personally, so keep that in mind. But I've had some exchanges with him, and I've tried to help him out with things now and then. But keep in mind that he's learning how to program. He's taking some programming class in high school and that. And he has some ambition to go into something similar to stuff I study. Now, obviously, they may not know what exactly I study. But the key thing is that they're interested in computing, which I'm always for because I'm a computer scientist. I'm more on the mathy end, but that's really it, is that I study that kind of stuff. Well, story-wise, what happened was he really, one thing I learned about this fellow, at least at the time of the conversation, I can't say anything about right now, but I can talk about it at that time. So this was, I would say, around the release of Mega Man Eternal. Well, he had a little bit of a butthurt nature to the kind of way he was responding to me. First, he didn't understand the nature of the pause screen. He got really, really, really pissed off about how I designed the pause menu in that game, without understanding what exactly I was trying to convey to him about it. Sometimes you have to make design choices, and it's really not that difficult to understand that if it's not a rectangular grid, as in it's not a matrix or what we would often call a table with 2 columns, several rows, that you can't necessarily traverse it in a simple, very elegant, very simple, pragmatic way without having a lot of if statements. So I went with a very simple approach. It's very robust, and it doesn't actually require much lines and implementation details. It's very straightforward. And this is one thing that often you'll find with an amateur programmers. They don't understand that a geometric representation for something doesn't necessarily have to represent it in code. That's one very important distinction. And I've told you, Marcus, all about this, is that this is one thing. And oftentimes, computer scientists have to battle with this in our heads a lot when we design new algorithms. I've done it before. I've had to think about hypergeometric spaces, but I have to think about them in terms of linear algebra, or I have to think about them in terms of, say in a discrete space rather than a continuous one. You have to get around this mathematical concept of formulation versus representation. They're two very different things. And programming, it's the very exact thing because of this analog. Well, I was, of course, trying to explain to him that I programmed it because it's very simple. I wanted to give a very simple explanation and a very simple way of doing it because it's more efficient. At the same time, I just decided to do that. It doesn't have to have anything more of an explanation than, hey, I decided to choose it that way. And even then, it's not that terribly complicated to just tap an extra 7 times to get to the right side. It's not very difficult. It's not time-consuming, really.
It's all about memory and processing speeds. Because the less memory that you use, the more flexible your environment's going to be.
Oh yeah, well, like I said, it's because keep in mind that the Mega Man Eternal, it takes up a lot of memory mainly because of the sound driver it uses. It does have some problems with it, and some people, as they've noticed, sometimes the music will just decide to just cut out completely. It has something to do with that driver. I may try to investigate, maybe try to find a different driver that may help a little bit better. But the key thing here, let me just pull it all back again. I'm gonna reel it in this sucker in. So he didn't understand that I was trying to explain that you could just use one variable to control the whole navigation of that menu if you have a maximum and a minimum. And then what you do is you geometrically draw everything with your draw scripts. And that's all you need. You don't have to store a bunch of objects. You don't have to store all these things. What you do is use a hash table, a very, very simple lookup table data structure. And since a stage select is not terribly complicated, all you have to do is you just index the table with the value, and you can draw what you want onto the screen using that information. And since you know exactly where you want to put it, this is natural to do. Otherwise, of course, there's no real point. Why perform a lot more stuff and create much more overhead than you need to, really? But at the same time, of course, as I've said, I just decided to do that. Well, this is the main point I want to make, is that I decided to make that choice. Some may say, oh, well, you could have easily made it so you could go right in the menu, and that's fine. I totally think that's reasonable. In the sequel, that will be definitely the case. Of course, I'm big on taking in feedback, so of course I'm going to do that in the sequel. Because some people have made that much more clear. Because I've shown the pause menu before. People have not addressed that whole, oh, why can't you go to the right at all? So keep that in mind. So I always I take in feedback from what people tell me. I can't be a psychic or some guy who can read through private conversations of other people. If people don't make this stuff, acknowledge it to me, I can't say a whole lot. And now keep in mind, I also don't acknowledge people that, of course, are interested in just either trolling me or they have some harassment issues. They just don't understand basic respect of people, you know? Like, I mean, if you're just going to call me a douche or whatnot, I'm not going to probably listen to you. And this is where I'm going to go with this story. Well, I was using this whole complainy business, like very trivial stuff. Remember, it's like first world problem stuff. Like, you can tap the button. It's not hard to do. And even then, there are Mega Man games that do that. It's very simple.
It goes to the thing.
Yeah,
Some
you
Mega Man.
navigate the menu, go up and down. That's all. It's not very complicated. So keeping that in mind, what happened was I used in DeviantArt, I used a comparison to these kinds of people to creationists. And this entity guy got really, really butthurt about it. Just because I used the comparison of a creationist. And I don't know if he is personally a creationist, but it really struck a nerve with him, because before this he was rather neutral with me. But ever since, he's been pretty angry about me, to be honest with you. It kind of concerns me. I've actually have him on record saying that if he's ever wanted to see me in person, he'd punch me in the face.
Like, you ought to be concerned because.
Well, yeah. Well, if all I know is if somebody just randomly punches me on the street, I know who probably it is.
But you gotta understand, this person is not in Canada, and secondly, people behind the internet, everybody's a badass.
Oh yeah. Little did they know, if they were to do that, I'd probably call 911, or if I couldn't do anything then, I'd probably put them in a hammerlock and pin them on the ground, because they don't understand that I am a pretty good grappler.
Or, you know, you got to be careful because, you know, you can't be sending idle threats to people on the internet.
You can't be doing that stuff. Some people know how to contact the appropriate authorities, and I actually had to test that line pretty closely around when these particular groups, I'm not going to talk specifically about them because I don't think it's worthwhile to discuss. What's happened has happened, but at the
Either
same
that or
time,
they
some of them
are-
don't want to make it the end, which is sad.
That
But yeah,
like
the point is that in that discussion, it wasn't really the fact that I was trying to explain and help him, because he's an amateur programmer, and I'm trying to teach him how to do this more efficiently, and he can even use this. And he wouldn't even when I explained it to him, he went on a kind of an angry raid with me, and he claimed that apparently. It's just so ridiculous. He said apparently I did a poor job of programming it. So what he did was he sent me his own code that he wrote up for his own engine, which I admire. I like that idea. That's what I did when I was a teenager. I built my own engines. That's how I got a lot of my experience, is emulating different games, building my own engines of them. But here's the difference. I didn't go after people that have been doing this a long time and claim I can do it better than them. That's a little bit of an overstreet and kind of is disrespectful to a programmer if you know for sure that, if you understand their background. Now, keep in mind, I have no superiority complex, but if you are telling me that you don't understand what a hash table is, and you're trying to tell me that you know how to program this better than me, you have a lot of problems. I'm going to be very blunt. If you want to talk over me about what computing is and how to do things efficiently, especially that's kind of my forte, is analyzing stuff. Because I can tell you, if you don't know what a hash table is, or you don't know what a lookup table is, and you want to tell me that you know tons about programming, you may not be the most competent programmer, to be honest with you. Because that's a very elementary data structure that is very important. It has several applications, from hash tables, hash functions. If you want to set up yourself a distributed system, typically you'll find they use hashes. If you use cryptography, often you'll find it uses types of hashing functions. But yeah.
Keep in mind, people don't, at first glance, hash tables are not recognized right off the bat. You can't just look and say it's a hash table. Some people may call it an IO chart. Some people may call it a IO graph or IO graph.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I said lookup table, because engineers often will call it a lookup table.
Yes. Keep in mind, sure, he's an amateur programmer. So I'm trying to give him at least the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he didn't come to him, as quickly as you want him to, to basically to save his or help his statement. But hey, you can't knock the guy for at least trying. And two, he makes his own engines. Half of these, I know programmers that can't even make a freaking they can't even make an entity. They can't even make they can't even do a declaration of any type of sequence. They can't even freaking on-off sequence or a callback or graphical user interface. Programmers. So kind of, like I said.
No. I already knew he didn't know what I was talking about, even if I used the word, because he didn't understand what I was explaining to him. Like, even when I said a hash table, lookup table that has this and that, he didn't understand it. So I'm pretty sure even the word doesn't really matter. I explained the concept.
Wow, that's cold.
I failed computer science students before. I'm pretty sure I have no problem telling you if you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here.
Oh, I know. I'm not tearing it into you. I'm saying that I'm prepared to tell you if you maybe aren't as confident as you are claiming to be. And the problem is that a lot of people tend to think I'm this pretentious guy who thinks he knows everything, and I don't. Why would I be why do I work in theoretical computer science, working on new things that nobody has solved? because I don't know what these solutions are to these problems. I don't know about these algorithms. That's why I'm discovering this stuff. I'm probably on the like people in that area just don't simply say I know everything. They just tend to know a lot about a subject, but
Well,
they definitely don't know everything. But even then, I would tell you I don't know a whole lot because there's so much I don't know. But that's just me being modest.
Well, yeah, you don't sound like a douche when you say douchebag. Well, like so much of that. May not be the highest grade of narcotic in the dispensary, but I know something about that. You know, at least. You know,
no, I have to go to the interesting bit of the story. That's really it. Because I explained to him why I chose the way I did and why were the benefits of doing it. And I recommended how he could possibly do it on his own. And I said that you could do it much because keep in mind he sent me his code, so I was just giving him suggestions. Because keep in mind he was the one who rudely talked to me and said, "Hey, you should use my code." Like, as if he did, because keep in mind, he never seen my code, so he doesn't know what it does, what it functions as, and that's often a thing you often will find with a lot of gamers these days, is they think they know exactly what was implemented, exactly how it was done, without even consulting the people that even made it. That's really what bugs me. And like
no two programmers write the same kind of code or the same way, especially when they're doing their scripting.
Oh yeah, well there's certain ideas that are more efficient than other ones, so I tend to go with the more efficient approaches. But yeah, if there's two guys who are going to write the most efficient thing, they might actually tell you the exact same thing, but they may not write in the exact same way. Like for instance, what he was suggesting was a much more object-oriented solution. I was giving a much more functional solution. And since I write in a programming language for this game, in a more functional programming language, not a object-oriented language, but
like
keep in mind it has some bits of elements of both. It often functional will beat object-oriented if you have a lot of objects on the screen.
And it's beautiful, but that's if you're doing object-oriented. But you're not.
There's trade-offs. That's really it. That's the end of the game. End of the day. Jeez Louise. End of the game.
Is that end of the game?
End of the game. What do I say? But no, let's get back to the story. So obviously, because keep in mind what my deal was, as I was just going to explain to him as somebody that, because keep in mind, he already told me that he's learning how to do all this stuff, and I said I'm obviously going to help him, be interested in helping him out. Well, what he did after I suggested this, and I told him not to maybe talk to me like that, is he basically said that he should be accepted for being as rude as he likes, and I have to be able to take anything he says, no matter how rude he is.
Really? That's pretentious.
Well, he didn't say that exactly. Paraphrase. That he said that if he was upset, that he gets cranky, and if he gets cranky, that I should be able to take whatever he says when he's cranky.
No, as a human being, you have the right to refuse bullshit.
Oh yeah, like I said, like that's kind of where things go, you know. That's kind of basic social skills. If I barged into a guy's office and I started treating him like an absolute dick, I'm pretty sure they're going to be calling security, or they're not going to help me.
Either that, or they will feeling like they want to take matters into their own hands and try to cause harm to you.
Oh yeah, well, like obviously not physical. I wouldn't endorse any kind of physical harm, but you know what I mean. Basically it's all about mutual respect when you have a conversation. If you come to someone and you talk to them in a very rude way in the first place, it's very likely they're not going to treat you the best. And I try to give them as much of my patient time. And sadly, that didn't pan out. Around the time that he claimed about the punching thing, I blocked him on DeviantArt.
It's the law of the harvest. You reap what you sow into the soil.
Yeah, like sure. I have like I'm not obviously I'm not immune from criticism. I love criticism. Just a lot of people don't understand what criticism means in the 21st century. They think, oh, if I just yell loud enough that they'll listen to me, no matter how rude or possibly I can be. No, you gotta be diplomatic with this stuff.
I have to correct you, Dan. It's not yelling. It's talking. It's typing. So.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
They're calling you names and try to discredit your character. That's what they.
And honestly, like not all of them are bad. Like for instance, actually a very good example is Mr. AAA here. Actually, I talked to him after because in that whole thing around the release of Mega Man Eternal, I'm not going to talk too much about that. There was a lot of back and forth kind of thing going on. I tried to keep myself completely quiet in the whole thing. I was very fortunate my girlfriend took a lot of the heat. But honestly, my reputation was pretty tarnished by that whole thing because these guys made up a whole bunch of shit about me. And even then, they don't listen. So it's a bit of a two-way. But I want to explain, of course, that some people listen to certain other people, and maybe sometimes they just don't maybe think about it in the right way. One example is I've actually made a mistake by blocking someone that actually is a pretty decent person. I actually talked to him a bit more. He's actually Mr. AAA in the chat there. I talked to him about it, and actually I apologized to him over it because I actually blocked him on my channel because I was having a pretty bad day, and we're all only human, and we make mistakes at times.
We're only human.
Because keep in mind, and the main reason why was because of the whole, you know how some people complain about the first game, how it has the standing sprite, like how it had the standing sprite slightly different. Keep in mind that up to the release of that game, people were complaining about that thing almost every other day. Like they would ask me why that is the case. And of course I would reply. So I'd assume that someone would be able to at least look at other times I've said it, because I've said it hundreds upon hundreds of times. I've said it in live shows. I've said it on the Facebook page. I've said it on YouTube videos. But yeah, so obviously my patience with it is not very good. I'm a very patient person, but at the same time, there's only so many times you can answer the exact same question until you just say, oh, well, like, are you trolling me, or or am I supposed to take you seriously? And sometimes people goof up, and that's kind of how it went. So, but there's some people that aren't in that camp. I might make to mention. There's some people that would go on to full lengths and totally harass other people on my channel, and I won't tolerate it because I like my place to be a very happy place. Happy place to have a good conversation, like not have people going after other people because they like something that I made. If you want to go complain about my game, for instance, somewhere that has some no rational discourse to it, and you want to go butthurt about how difficult Wily 3 is, go do that somewhere else. I've already made it clear that that level was designed to be very challenging. It was inspired by the last act in Ninja Gaiden, for all simple sakes. It's gonna be hard.
There's a great handful of people that actually completed that, so there is no excuse for anybody out there to complain about a stage that's being too hard.
That's pretty much what I said. It's like, it's a hard level. Like, you can beat it. Like it doesn't throw too many curveballs at you, to be honest.
Eternal, come talk to me, and I'll tell you at least 7 people that I know that completed it. And your argument isn't. That's what I'll say.
But no, I guess to get back to the point of this whole story I was telling is that it was all about this conversation business, about being offended by things. Like personally, I wanted to use it as an example of someone that got overly offended by just me explaining to them about facts. And they couldn't handle when I treated them the way that they treated me. And I try my best not to do that. I try to help people.
But they can't take it. Yeah. I know.
Well, of course, if you're gonna be like, oh, you have to deal with my cranky moods when I'm upset. Why would I need to? That's kind of the thing. It's very basic human communication. If you're gonna treat me like a dick, I'm gonna either ignore you, or you're gonna probably taste a lot more than what you originally gave me, and I'll probably give it in a much more cogent way than you did.
It sounds about right. Very logical.
But obviously, I don't do it to mock people. I do it to inform people. That's really it. Because I'm not interested in insulting people. I'm interested in informing people.
If you really like, I like being informed, and everybody here, fans, gamers alike, are on a need-to-know basis, especially with something that they like. If you want to play and know what's the ins and outs and what's wrong and why is it like that, damn pleasant. You're without calling names. At least be mature about it. At least be prone about it. Because as soon as we know that you're basically calling names, we're just going to call you a kid, and you're being a little spoiled little brat, and we're not going to just listen to that.
Yeah, exactly. That's really it. Like, because at the same time, a lot of the time in this whole thing, people tend to forget that there's a human on the other side of that screen, typically, unless they have automated a bot or something. But keep in mind that normally people don't do that unless they have some sufficient understanding of how to write such a program. But even then, you usually can tell by time. Like usually, especially when you get like people that add you on Skype and they're actually just bots.
Oh man, the only people, I don't know about you, but when I get people new on Skype, it'll be some chick talking about I'm handsome and like, I want to be your friend. I'm like, no, you're trying to sell me some nudie pics to get me in trouble with my wife. No way.
Oh yeah, I usually get the. I've had one or two experiences. Now I've had it where actual people have added me, like, but I just don't know them. I typically only add people that I've had a conversation with previously that have said like, hey, do you want to add me on Skype or something? But I've had people that just going through the directory on Skype and they just randomly add someone and they just want to have a random chat, but they're usually interested in sexual stuff. But I've also had the bots, the type that are the bots are like, hey babe, do you want to have some fun? 25, female, single.
Like, I'm not the most handsomest man in this world, but there's no way in hell that I'm going to be messing up my marriage to talk to some random chick on Skype. No way. Not my circus.
But yeah, the nature of the story is that if you want to treat people the way you want to be treated, and sometimes people confuse moderation with simple, like, 'cause that's the other thing I want to mention is that a lot of the backlash I got from this particular group is because I was blocking people for harassing other people on my channel. They won't admit that, of course.
They're not. I confronted a couple of them, and they shut the hell up. They're not gonna. Come on, dude. Dan, they're not gonna do that, man.
Well, and also they have to keep in mind that Mega Man Eternal, like when that game came out that day, that was a very big day for me because Mega Man Eternal, in terms of, I would probably even argue that some of these people weren't even born yet when I was thinking about making this game.
That was a long time ago, Dan.
Oh yeah. Like if they're like 12, I would have been still like 12 or 14. I was still doodling stuff for this game. As I said to the Entity guy, I was programming long before he even had testicles drop, or probably before you even hit puberty. I was doing stuff like that. And keep in mind, the guy's like, from what I remember, it's like something like 17.
Same.
But like, I don't mean that as an authority argument, but even then, like, I am an actual guy that knows what he's talking about, so it's a legit argument.
It was like Dan's starting to sound like Battlefield Earth. You're tall. This game long before you learn how to spell your name.
But no, it's mainly it's just the fact that a lot of people don't understand that when you have a channel, and sometimes you just have to moderate it, especially when it's something that is very, like, it's very impressionable. And sadly, that didn't work in my favor, of course. What happened was some people made some unflattering LPs that spread misinformation among Mega Man fans. That was totally not true, or even made the suggestion of it. And yeah,
Mega Man Eternal, I hate you, Eternal.
Yes, I remember that.
And not to mention wannabe game grumps.
Yes. I can talk about them. That's fine for me to talk about. They're open course. They've crossed that line.
I met Dan and Aaron, and you kids is acting like them are nothing like those guys. Those guys are cool. You guys are just being jerks. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, no. But no, like, a lot of the time, I have to emphasize this more than enough. Whether you like what I do or not, keep in mind you don't know who I actually am unless you actually talk to me. You can't just say, oh, well, like, oh, he's this, he's that, he's that. Well, how do you know? Really? So I don't appreciate when people make up stuff about me. Really.
Yeah.
It's not cool.
Like
I don't make up stuff about you. I expect the same back, you know? I'm trying to be friends with everybody here.
Well, you can't please everybody.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You know,
And as I said, the Mega Man fans are very hard to please. They're notoriously hard to please, especially these days, as I was explaining earlier, with this whole headbutting thing with Capcom and the Mega Man fans.
okay, that's a given, because I'm really hard to please. Yeah, they're pretty a peculiar group.
Oh yeah,
but
like I've said, and I've said this before. I'll let you talk first.
Here's the deal. Let me scoot up for this one, because this one is coming from Mega Man D1.
Yeah.
Do not, Mega Man fans, me included, do not make Mega Man go the way of Sonic the Hedgehog. Notice how Mega Man had very playable games, you know, DOS, Mega Man DOS included, because it's been endorsed by Capcom. They are playable and fairly enjoyable games. And we got our Sonic 06s, we have our Sonic Booms, we have our Sonic, you know, anything past Sonic and Knuckles kind of suck. You know.
I love the Sonic Adventure games. quite a bit.
Killing Sonic. Or killing Sonic. We do not need to make Mega Man the same thing. Capcom is trying to do that to Mega Man. The same thing Sonic the Hedgehog is going through with the box art Mega Mans and the shitty DLC and not including him in some fighting games or the cancellation of top tier marketable games. Please, Mega Man fans, you don't do it for me. Do it for the fandom. Do it for the love. That's why we got fan game are made, for the love of Mega Man. That's why they have Sonic fan games, for the love of Sonic. But Sonic has been drugged through the dirt. He's been killed more times than Mega Man ever had. So I'm saying, please don't act all butthurt about Mega Man, because Mega Man's in good hands. Whether it's you or Dan or me, anybody who makes a fan game or make a cartoon or everything, it's all about the love of Mega Man. And it's all about gaming.
Oh yeah. Can I add something to that? That's actually that was really well put. One other thing I'd like to put on there as well is people tend to not make games for people that makes them very upset. Or they just drag them to the dirt. Like, why do you think, like, this is just what my idea of it is of course Capcom has been testing the waters with Mega Man. At the same time, my prediction is a lot of the time is that why would they want to make a game for such a jaded fan base?
Yeah, like, that's the reason why they made Mega Man Anniversary Collection. I mean, the
Legacy
collection to test the waters, and that's how we answer to Capcom how much we care about the Mega Man game. Did you buy the Mega Man Anniversary Collection? Then good. That shows Capcom that we care about Mega Man. Even though it's the same old 6 games that we have on multiple systems and phones and whatever, and emulation, you know, it's still the same games, but it's been given to you with love and care and endorsed by the company that actually makes the real Mega Man games. And then if you pay for it, that shows that Capcom will agree that yes, Mega Man is still marketable. Mega Man is still something to fight for. Mega Man should be, you know, looked at more closely than just the fan games that everybody's making, or the outcry that everybody on forums, Tumblr, Facebook, anything, any social media site is causing up. Because, by gosh, that is getting very upsetting with me. I'm like, I, like you, Mega Man fans, buy a plethora of Mega Man merchandise. I met Keiji Inafune himself, and he loves you guys. He loves you guys, especially the fan game guys. He loves you guys. That's why he left Capcom, because Capcom was hating on us, the fans. And if you guys drag Mega Man through the ground like you do Sonic, that just letting Inafune down, and the rest of the fans down.
Oh yeah, like keep in mind, like, even for me, like, as I've said, I think I said previously, if not, I'm going to say it now, is a lot of this heat gets put on the fan game makers, which is really it. And that's really what is hard these days. Is actually, one thing worth noting is that I was actually pretty close to not doing the Mega Man Eternal 2 sequel due to a lot of this. Basically, it was just a choice between my professional stuff and my hobby, because I had people going after my personal character and saying defamatory things on the internet. And they don't understand that if I never said anything of that nature, nor do I deserve to be slandered on the internet. And keep in mind that things like claiming that I stole things, or claims that I don't take criticism, these things follow me. Unlike you on the internet that don't have the balls to put your face on a camera, who don't have a name that you're going to actually put out there on the internet. If you didn't have the balls to actually do that, you would understand that when you make up shit on the internet, I don't say the word shit, by the way. I'm very, very gentle that way. But if you put that stuff out there, you can actually personally affect people's lives. And that's one thing I really need to hammer in that point. Because, say, for instance, with me, it was a really close choice. And really was, because I can't have people defaming me on the internet. I can't have people claiming all these crazy things about me. Because what happens is, and I'm going to give you the harsh reality of this, people that are interested in maybe hiring you later on, or especially if you're in an academically or intellectually honest field that requires people to do their job to the best of the ability and be honest and not steal things.
Even government.
Like me, you can't have that stuff kicking around because they aren't going to trust you. And
Nope.
That's really it.
And the internet's forever. The
Yeah.
internet is forever. You have archives all the way that dates back to the turn of the millennium. Or
Oh yeah, yeah.
and
That's really it. And a lot of kiddies these days don't understand that there are consequences for what you do on the internet. I emphasize this greatly, like when I teach even basic computer usage at universities, like when I used to do that. I always emphasize the importance of that because you have to be responsible for how you use the internet. Whether it be your voicing your opinions, you have to make sure you don't cross that line between, and this is my opinion and this is what's true about a certain individual that you can rather name or state. Like I could still technically go on to some site or some website that claims that I stole things and use my name as my name. And all you need is a good Google search to find that. And that is not acceptable, to be honest with you. Even if I go after them, they don't seem to appreciate or respect that opinion because they don't understand the consequences of making up bullshit on the internet. And people like me call that bullshit out. And because, well, I have a personal investment in it. That's kind of how reality works, you know? If you make up stuff, you got to be able to handle.
And backlash is so bad.
Yeah.
Like I stated earlier, the internet's forever. You little teeny boppers out there, be on your social media and recording your little fights and your little racist tirades or anything that's ethically wrong, by the time you get 18 and you find an accredited school that you're willing to try to get into, they're not going to accept you because you were a little douchebag back in 2002.
Oh, yeah. I can actually mention something about that, especially if you're interested in universities these days. It's worth noting that if you're interested in university right now, you got to accept the fact that political correctness is pretty gone awry in a lot of universities. You have to be careful of what you say. That's why I try to keep my personal life and my professional life very separate. I try my best to, but unfortunately, these random people that don't even know who I am want to make them the same thing. I use my, like, this is the other thing I always kind of mention, especially in the university systems. If you're interested as an undergraduate, it probably wouldn't make that much of a difference for the admittance. But if you're interested in higher levels, you probably may want to be careful because they'll trust you if either they're going to pay you or they're interested in working with you. And that's really the important thing here. And I'm very fortunate for what I have. But I'm not going to let random people that claim to be certain things take that away from me. And that's really it.
Yep. See?
But yeah, you got to just be careful, really. That's really the message here. I'm trying to hammer it in. Even if you're one of these people that thinks that you hate me as a person, and what somebody else told you. For instance, if somebody told you randomly that I don't take criticism, yet clearly you, why would I even be here if I didn't want to take in feedback from people? That's one of the main avenues of this channel, actually, if you've never noticed in the past half decade at least. That's what I've been doing at least 5 to 8 years on this channel. It's been taking in feedback. So if somebody told you that, I would use a little bit of grain of salt with that. Be a bit more skeptical. You got to be skeptical of things you read. Not anything you hear from somebody, just because they have a name attached to it doesn't mean that it's true. Even me. I'm like a lot of people, though. I'll be happy to do the research and not make up stuff for you. But I'm not in that business. I'm in the business of truth and determining and examining things, not in the business of spreading gospel. So you could put a little bit in on me, of course, but there's a difference between expressing an opinion and saying something's true. I say I have my own opinions too. I have my own beliefs as well. But if that's a very different thing than going out and saying somebody stole something, and that is a very blunt statement that is actually not an opinion-based statement unless you say I think they stole something or I believe they stole something. That's a little bit different. But if you're going to say, oh, they stole something, it takes all the subjective nature of it away when you do that. That's one very important thing you got to notice about the English language, is that you have to think about context. I know I'm just lecturing everybody right now. It's context matters. Even if you say, for instance, I'll give you a good example and how a lot of these theft claims came about. It was Mr. Shinryu on his LP when the game just came out. He said a lot of false things in his playthrough, by the way, at that time. I think he's kind of okay with me. I don't know. I haven't blocked on my channel if you're curious. Because a lot of people don't know the full story behind that. Because I actually fully offered him to come and ask me questions, and he never did. And then he made up a whole bunch of allegations about me and the game. And didn't even ask me any questions. Yet I clearly asked him, actually invited him, and I've actually tried to promote. I've even promoted his channel on my channel before. So it is a total backstab to do something like that, and that's why I was upset with him. That was why. People tend to misunderstand what actually happened there. That's what happened. And that's one thing I'm just going to air that out. So if you think Shinryu is a guy you can trust entirely, I would hold a little bit more grain of salt. That comes back to what I said about opinions. Because he said a lot of false things about my game, for instance. In the earliest versions of his LP, his first version, he made the suggestion. Now remember, this comes back to that English context thing. He made the suggestion that I have stolen stuff from other people. And he got that information from a site called Sprites Inc., who happens to have a beef with me because of some weird cult thing. I don't know. They've never been nice to me, ever.
Yeah. I wasn't going to mention those guys. Honestly, those guys.
I was going to avoid, but I have to mention it because that's where he got that information from. Because that's the origin. If you go on and you try to do the research, you'll find that it stems all the way from Sprites Inc., because they were the ones that made that shit up.
But you would have think.
And actually, yeah, but I'll let you talk.
You would have think fan game makers from different companies, walks of life, would actually come together and basically find mutual understanding to make games for the fans of a certain character, whether it be Sonic, Mega Man, Mario, Contra, the list goes on.
Oh yeah, exactly. The very first time I ever interacted with, say, Sprites Inc., for instance, was actually on DeviantArt. Actually, the first time I interacted with them, I had submitted something to their DeviantArt group. And what happened was, as soon as I did that, they were like, how dare you submit things to our DeviantArt? Who do you think you are? Or something along those lines. And I'm like, I just want to submit things here so people can see it. And that's really it. And that was totally unwelcoming to someone like me who's been around in the community for a long time. And I have no respect for people that want to own the the community. That includes Sprite Inc. If you're watching this, Spark, take that as a hint, because you don't own this community. I've been doing this longer than you. I will tell you that straight up.
We put on the NWO theme song, Dan. The NWO theme song. You know?
No, no, they don't deserve that.
Suck it.
but no, it's not just, and not him. Honestly, I'm more so the community there is very. Now, as I've said in the past, I can't take anything away from the sprite expertise of that group. They're really good at that. That's their specialty. But as soon as they tread into game development, they start saying some weird stuff. I've read Spark's review, for instance, of my game. It said a lot of false things. Actually, on my DeviantArt, I went into a thorough explanation of the analysis of Illusion Man's level, and I explained how well it was designed. And he went on this thing about how poorly designed it was. It's like he wasn't even playing the exact same level. So, like I've said, it's people have different opinions. I have my own opinions, but mine are probably a bit more trained and a bit more matured, to be honest with you. But I'm not going to aim it. I'm not putting this on Ace. Ace is an okay guy. I'm just saying that that there's some people in that community that really have this poor image of me, to be honest with you, because they just hear from one person to another. And I have on record some horrible things that group has said about me. Horrible ones. I have screenshots of it. And if they want to claim that they didn't, they're full of it. Because keep in mind, until they got their brains on to realize that people like me were watching what they were doing and what they were saying, they didn't shut up. They didn't claim, like, they were claiming some really crazy stuff. And it became very clear that they were conspiring. They actually planned to do this for a while. Take this special day from me, you know, this big release thing. They were actually, and they pretty much ruined my Christmas vacation, if I might say, because all I know, something went underneath their skin. They got butthurt about the fact that I didn't like that they were harassing my subscribers and telling people not to download my game on my channel.
I didn't get no email of the sort. I guess they wasn't going too hard into that. But
because keep in mind, I deleted them and I blocked them. Actually, only I did the first 3 or so users. But Shireen, my lovely girlfriend, she took care of a lot of the heat. She did also a lot of the research, which was good. I admire her quite a bit for that. By the way, they took stabs at her too.
Yeah, but
apparently our relationship is just gonna like go up down the well, just like around that time, because apparently all the stress. Yet the fact that I don't know if they really know how long Trina and I have been doing things.
Just that's what I know. She's nothing to trifle with.
Oh yeah. You don't want to do that. But no, she takes things. She's taking her hints from me. Is very rational, but at the same time is willing to protect people she cares about, which is something I really respect, and I of course love her to bits.
Aww.
But yes, but no, the thing is, I appreciate intellectual discourse. If you're going to come and tell me all about how sucky my stuff is, do it somewhere else, because I'm not going to probably care.
But if you do have constructive criticism, there's a big if you have constructive criticisms, not no Page Wizard, you're such a tool bag. You can't program your way out of a paper bag. No. Give him constructive criticism. Give at least an understanding complaint. Why? And then we will answer accordingly. I can answer questions you might ask him. And I can tell you exactly what he'll tell you. Because it's programmed that way. Because the game is made that way. It's a signature of the creator. The creator who made this game is a slightly different animal. Like, check, for instance, Mega Man Game Boy 2. It's the black sheep of the Mega Man bunch in that game series. But it's well received as a Mega Man game. Yeah. So if you're not going to give that game any flack, why you want to give a fan gameplay artist, you know, because he's an artist and he made this game for everyone to enjoy because he, like everyone here, is fans of the game.
Yeah.
So criticism on why certain things are not functioning properly.
Oh yeah, yeah, and this is I'll add on to that is like a lot of people just see like I said, people just spread this misinformation, and the people that I generally am more concerned about are the innocent parties in this. I don't care what people that are my detractors claim; they aren't right. But I'll tell you that right out, because they aren't going to be able to demonstrate that shit. I can do that stuff. But when I say that, I'm talking about like the theft stuff and me not taking criticism. Yet the fact that I clearly do. It's part of actually my job, if you're wondering. If I didn't, I would be an absolutely terrible researcher. So anyways, on to the main thing. Let me give you a solid example. The main complaint of Mega Man Eternal, the main complaint, and the main criticism of the game is, like Marcus was saying, is that the game is very unconventional. It does a lot of things that are different from the canon games. It does things differently. But keep in mind that those aren't necessarily bad things. They're just different. And that's one thing that a lot of players of games, especially Mega Man games, need to learn, is that a fan game doesn't have to be exactly like the originals. Anything, I encourage other fan game makers to make other kinds of fan games, you know? Not just, hey, look, let's just make a, let's try making like a shoot 'em up fan game or something. Like something different. Do something unconventional. So keeping that in mind, like if I change the gravity or change the pace of the game, these are things that change the experience. But and I actually was just reading a review of the game actually just today. I actually read one somebody posted on a blog. And basically they said that it was well designed and all that stuff. They just didn't like the fact that it was different. And that's fine. Like, I have absolutely no problem with people feeling that way. Like I've said in the past, and I've never changed from saying this, is it's never meant to be a carbon copy game. So it won't appease everybody. It's going to be a bit different of an experience. It was designed to be a different experience. And that's a fault of the game. That's just each designing it differently. It has a lot of little niches to it. But keep in mind that this is something I took in as feedback, because a lot of people that really like the game, some of them had a little bit of trouble getting used to the controls. I think even you, Marcus, had a little bit of trouble getting used to it right at the start, like when you started playing it the very first time, like when you were testing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was one thing I really wanted to bring together, was the fact that it's a steep curve when you get used to the pacing. Because the pacing is much faster because it was designed that way. Because I wanted to make the game a faster paced game, because you don't have rush. It's meant to be a thinking man's Mega Man game, not a let's just blindly run around and just shoot stuff. You gotta shoot and you gotta think. That's how this game. That's the bread and butter of this game. It's very much like that. But I of course considered that because a lot of like people that really like the game or think it's challenging, they really wanted something that's a little bit closer to the originals, and that's what the sequel's going to be. Is it has a lot more of those pieces in it. It's a hybrid. It takes a lot of these high-paced ideas, but it's going to have and play much more like the originals. And that's one thing, as I've said in the past, is good stuff. It's actually a very good comparison, and that's what feedback's all about. So when people say, oh, well, your game sucks, you did a terrible job on this, and claim that I'm a horrible programmer, that's not criticism. That's just stupid. You should just simply say, hey, like, this is just mainly to my young hater types that are just, I don't know, maybe have a slight troll mindset, is they don't understand that you gotta be nice when you talk to people. You can't just go start ragging on them and claiming that they are terrible at what they do. That's not how you have a rational discussion. You just simply need to say, hey, look, I didn't like this. Like, and you'll see this on my channel. A lot of more recent ones will be like, I really like this. I didn't like these certain things. That's all I need, you know? You don't have to make it a personal thing, anything. I find a lot of these certain groups that really like to hate on this game, hate on it about me. They aren't so much hating on the game. They're hating on me. Why? Because they have they're butthurt over the fact that I'll call out your poop if you decide to talk to me and make up stuff. And that's sort of how it works. And unfortunately, you aren't gonna win if you're going to pretend to make up stuff. I'm not going to entertain it anymore. I've had to make up the patience for that. One recent example of that is actually a forum. There was a Cut Stuff forum, if I remember correctly, or something along those lines. And there's like Shinryu in there, a bunch of these guys who just have this bone with me because they were so butthurt over the fact I intellectually destroyed them. Or the fact that I just simply explained why their opinions or why they misrepresented the project in a certain way. Like, they all got together and like, let's hate on this sucker. Like, that's fine. You could do that on your forum. If you link it to me, I'm not going to care. I'm only interested in some interesting stuff. Hey, 00 Yellowfish. We're just talking about a whole bunch of stuff. We're talking about some interesting stuff. But no, if you have any questions, 00 Yellowfish, feel free to ask. We're just actually talking a little bit about some interesting stuff that I've actually been pretty quiet about for several months. But no, the main thing I want to take from this whole thing is just, I love feedback and I love criticism. Just people need to learn what the heck that means in the first place. Like, and people have done a really good job of that on this channel, and I really love my subscribers, and that's really one thing I really like about my subscribers is that they're good. They give me feedback. They give me what they think, and they don't make this a personal thing. And I don't like when people make this personal, because the ideas conveyed are not really, that's really where all it's at, not who's delivering the message. Unless, of course, it's relevant. Like, if, for instance, we're talking about some particular topic, who's a specialty in it, it does make a difference. But if it's like, I really like the game, and so on, that's fine. I'm happy that if somebody says why they like something and why they don't like. Like, I've gotten some good feedback about that stuff, and that's really one thing I appreciate. And people tend to not understand that. Like, I love it when somebody can tell me, oh, I like this, but I'll give you a good example. Somebody back when, and I won't say who, actually, okay, I'll just say it was Marcus. It was Marcus. But even then, other people have brought this up. They didn't like the fact they had to use joy to key. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, toxic, yeah. Criticism is healthy for a growth of an individual or content creator. That's something really important, and I need to emphasize that. But yeah, but no, like a good example was actually, you guys probably noticed that I put out just a new version. Actually, I put out the newest version today. I fixed up one minor thing. But actually, people really wanted native Gamepad controller, Xbox 360 support controls. So like if you want to use an Xbox 360 controller with vibrate, by the way, you can. It's totally important. And I was a little bit short-sighted when it came to that. So I was like, because I normally use just one of these basic PC controllers. So Joy to Key tends to be pretty friendly with that stuff. But it ain't so friendly with things like these Xbox 360 controllers. So as I finally did, I finally incorporated that. So like I said, it's all about feedback. And people don't understand the difference between, hey, look, I'm going to give you what I like, what I don't like, what I think about this. But it's a very different animal than saying, hey, look, you suck balls at this. You're a terrible programmer, and anybody that follows your work is an absolute idiot. That's not criticism. That is hating on someone. And potentially, in some sense, it could be pretty much harassment if you really go on a far end on it. Like, if you keep persisting. And that's where I've had to go on with some people. Not mentioning any particular names, one maybe with a walrus in it. But yeah, no, like any other game, it has flaws, just like any other game. It's just some people don't see the differences. Sometimes can be a new thing. That could be something to enjoy. I know some people really love the pace change in that game. But yeah. But no, by the way, I forgot to mention, if anybody watching has any questions or wants to talk about anything in particular, feel free to just bring it up in the chat. This is a community right now. We're chatting about all kinds of stuff here. We were talking earlier about gummy worms for all simple sakes and the weather. Like, we're talking about anything. Like, seriously. Like, if you want me to talk about anything, want my opinion, or you want the opinion of anybody else watching, go right ahead. I'm down for it. yeah, pretty much toxic. That's pretty much it. Is what I just basically summarized all about this complaining stuff. That is basically the status of the internet at the moment, and that's what I'm encouraging people to do, is to think a bit more before you decide to say something very bold on the internet.
Because
yeah, exactly. Double O Yellowfish, exactly. Like, for instance, what you told me, like when you're doing your playthrough, I took all those things and I'm actually going to use them for the sequel. So yeah, like a lot of people like really went off the deep end. Like, seriously, like I was saying earlier, like my Christmas holidays, my first one, by the way, away from home. That was, and keep in mind, that's like over 2,000 kilometers at least. That was my first experience at a Christmas holidays, was dealing with some crazy stuff. Oh, Cody has a question. Is there a film that everyone else hates that you actually liked? What do you think? Marcus? Do you have one?
A film that everybody else hates, but I like?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I got a good handful of those.
Give like your top ones. Give me your top ones.
Okay, recent ones. Okay, the recent I like Transformers 1, and I liked it. Yeah, Transformers 1 so far. And G.I. Joe, the second one. Oh my goodness. Everybody hated the one with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Sure, continuity errors abound, but honestly, it was a good movie. It was a good movie, and they killed Duke. Yes, that's a great movie. You know, the box. But as far as Transformers, the first one was good. If they would have left it as the first one only, instead of the other three, 2 to 4, like, no. I'm not hating against Shia LaBeouf, but Shia LaBeouf.
Do it.
and Mark Wahlberg, Marky Mark, you didn't. No. Oh no. Like, if I'm Transformers, I want to see more than just this. Transformers transforming and fighting and stuff. No, I don't want to feel. I want to see Transformers. That's why Transformers 1 is the hated movie that everybody hates. I like it. And G.I. Joe, the second one. The first one, yeah, yeah. But to each his own.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, why? But no, for me, oh, I have several that I really like, but I would say for me, one of my guilty pleasures that tends to get actually quite a bit more hate these days than it did when it was brand new. Though some wrestling fans also did hate on it as well, but we're all a lot blinder around the Attitude Era around there. I watched it first when I was around 2003, 2000. Yeah, no, it's about 2002 when I first watched it. It was Ready to Rumble.
Ready to Rumble. Oh wow. Wow.
That one, I that's such a guilty pleasure for me to watch that one. If you guys haven't watched that one, it's pretty. I enjoy it. It gets a bad rap these days. But I remember watching with back when I was like a teen. I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. We're watching like DDP and that and then and all that. It's like, oh my, all these wrestlers. But I like the Triple Cage thing, and it's funny because especially when you see the actual one in WCW when they did the Triple Cage thing, it was kind of crazy too that they actually did a Triple Cage match.
Wasn't that the return of the Stinger when he became the Dark Stinger?
I can't believe I can't remember. Does anybody know in the comments? I totally forget. I just remember, I vaguely remember the match, but I've seen it though. I've seen it. It was a Suburban Commando. Oh my, that movie. Actually, Santa with Muscles. I actually like Santa with Muscles though. Santa with Muscles though is actually kind of funny how it has two That 70 Show cast members in it. Like has I think it has Mila Kunis in it when she was a kid.
Oh yeah, Suburban Commando. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Suburban Commando is just another animal altogether. But I'm talking I'm talking about Santa with Muscles though. Santa with Muscles has Mila Kunis in it, like Jackie from That 70 Show. I just enjoy for the fact that movie just has some really weird stuff going on in it. But there's also Mr. Nanny. I think those like the triple Hulk Hogan action was kind of all over the place, you know.
Thunder in Paradise.
Remember Thunder in Paradise? That's right.
That's like Night Boat. Thunder in Paradise is. And David Hasselhoff's character is played by Hulk Hogan. With like a pipe.
Hey, do you watch? Have you seen the parent? Like, have you seen the? Yeah. I'll let you talk.
Look, shout out to Hulk Hogan. He's still my nig.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm still a
yeah, I am too. Let's just say I'm not the biggest fan of political correctness.
Just keep in mind, I'm not screwing Brooke Hogan, baby.
Yeah. What do you think, Marcus? What do you think of Paranormal Activity 3? Have you watched the Paranormal Activity movies?
Oh man, those things are stupid.
Sometimes I hear it's a guilty pleasure for those ones. I haven't seen any of them. I just know that they can keep chugging them out and people will watch them. I know.
It's a stupid movie. You could take a date. It's a date movie. It's a date movie.
Looking to get a hand job out of Sphere? There you go. One of them great hand jobs.
Because you won't be paying attention to the stupid movie. The movie will be awesome.
Sucker.
The movie going to be awesome in comparison because there's not much going on screen. in comparison to what you be doing with your date. So,
oh my! Oh, what do you think of? Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you. Just because Jasper mentioned it. Also talk about the Kingdom of Crystal Skull as well. I'm just kind of chugging away through here. What do you think of Michael Bay's TMNT?
it's watchable. Like I was one of those fans that didn't, because of that statement Michael Bay made.
Yeah.
You're gonna watch it no matter what I put out there. You're gonna watch it anyway, and I'm still gonna get paid. I was one of those fans that didn't watch that shit when it came out. At what he said, because Michael Bay is a jackass for saying that. Shouldn't have said that. I would have
Michael
watched
Bay
it.
explosions. Explosions.
Michael Bay did not direct it. He produced it.
Yeah.
His difference. He produced the movie, did not direct this movie. Even though it had some of his tropes, and yes, they called it the Bay Turtles, and yes, they were intended to be aliens and all that funny stuff. And what's the name? One guy is the Shredder. I forgot the name of the actor, you know?
Yeah.
He's a cyborg. It's a good movie. See, it's one of those movies that you watch that if you ignore the fact that it's trying to bet you are familiar with,
Yeah.
Ninja Turtles. Because if you watch it as a Ninja Turtle movie, but as a movie, Ninja Turtles kicked ass.
Yeah, I think that's a decent way of going about it. I know with me, I'm not the biggest fan of the newest one. I'm a Turtles fan for life. I'm much more of the older Ninja Turtles fan. I like the original cartoons. I like the original comics. Now, I'm not as much in the comics, but I definitely was like, I have all the episodes of the original cartoon. As corny as it sometimes can be, especially sometimes they really jump the shark in the later seasons. Like once he started getting like the super mutating powers, that was just really weird. I remember 8-year-old me watching when they started doing that stuff, and I was like, "Where's Shredder and where's Krang?" Because this was around, I think it was season 9, if I remember correctly, or season 9 or season 10. Where they started doing the super mutations, where like the Ninja Turtles can mutate again, but they get like really big, and then they're like, "Oh, I mutated." it really jumped the shark. Like, okay, that's a horrible analogy, but you know what I mean. It was just very weird for someone that was watching. Because keep in mind, back then it would have been bunny ears, and sometimes you don't get certain channels. So I saw it up to about season 5-ish, season 5, season 6, when it was like solid Shredder, Krang, standard formula for the Ninja Turtles cartoon. So when I saw this, when I went to Minneapolis in the hotel, I was like, what's going on? I'm so confused. Not the knock and drag and the villain. It just was really weird.
Have you seen the Nickelodeon Ninja Turtles?
I tried to watch it. I tried.
Missing out.
I know. I'm too loyal to the original ones. I know. I'm too much of a fanboy for the original Ninja Turtles cartoons.
Have you? Okay. Hold on. Put my controller down for this one. Dan, don't you know how cheesy the 80s Ninja Turtles were?
I know, but I like it.
Ninja Turtles cartoon was all in the title sequence. The opening credits, the song, you sung along, and as soon as you watch the cartoon, it's boring and stupid.
I enjoyed it.
Honestly,
I enjoyed the living heck out of it.
Cartoon is kind of boring. Like, all the excitement of the cartoon was in the title sequence.
Yeah. Like honestly, probably if I were to watch the new one more and I didn't compare it to the previous stuff, I'd probably really like it.
You would really like.
I'm just not a big fan of what they did with the Ninja Turtles, like their characters and that, but because I'm so accustomed to them in certain personality traits and whatnot. But yeah, I know what you mean, though.
Look, Leonardo leads, Donatello does machines. Raphael is rude, but cool but rude. Michelangelo is a party dude. They stuck to the formula and not changed a thing now. They still true to this day. You have to watch the Nickelodeon Ninja Turtles, man.
Oh yeah, well I tried watching it. I just got impatient with it because it wasn't like what I like. But I'm gonna give it a try again, but I'm not going to presume it to be like anything I'd like. So if I do that, I'm sure I'll like it a lot more.
Okay, watch Ninja Turtles Forever. The newer.
I watched that one. I watched that one. I liked it. I liked that one.
Okay, you watched the TMNT one, right? That's the
yeah, Turtles Forever, when it had the TMNT mixed with the original cartoon characters, right? Or you talk about TMNT, the movie that was based off of the newer cartoon-ish kind of thing going on, like
these
the
are
CGI
not,
one.
No, the first CGI one is not the Nick Turtles.
I know. I'm talking about I'm like because you were talking about you're talking about Turtles Forever and that. But yeah.
Forever, yeah, TMNT.
I enjoyed that one. I liked that one. Although they made the characters from the original cartoon even more cheesier than they originally were. But that was part of the fun of it.
They made another Turtles Forever in the Nick Turtles.
Oh really? That's interesting.
They went back in time and they saw the original Ninja Turtles.
I'll have to check this out.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the Nickelodeon Turtles is awesome. They brought back pure character in the Ninja Turtles lore.
Yeah, well, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. And I'll just remove all my presumptions. Because keep in mind, I can't really fault people. Like, I'll use the analogy of Mega Man fans. Like, some didn't like the new changes I made in that fan game. I'm just one of those ones. I guess I would be like those people that like absolutely are adamantly against what I did. That's kind of where I'm at. So I just need to just open myself up and just pretend like it ain't a Mega Man game, basically.
Exactly. You're no better than those Mega Man fans to be like,
I don't know about some of them. We've talked about that. But yeah, but no.
I don't like that because they're nothing like I like.
It's nothing like the originals. But no, I know what you mean. We could go really bad with that.
I'll be like, do you remember the original ones? You
yeah.
Like a hipster. You don't want.
But no, I want to talk about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I want to talk about that.
Dude, that's a bad movie.
I actually liked it. The thing is, it kind of got weird at the end. Now, there's some things you just gotta take. Like, if you compare to the older ones, it's not as good at all. But I would definitely say I saw it in theaters. I thought it was all right. It just kind of lost a lot of things. For instance, Indiana Jones is basically like Iron Man in the Avengers. He's basically almost invincible to most things until the major climax. And I'm like, no, Indiana Jones also got his butt beat too, you know?
He survived a nuclear blast.
But I enjoyed it. It's just, I would say, compared to like Last Crusade or Raiders of the Lost Ark, it wasn't as good as those. I would say it's okay. But yes, the alien thing just got a little bit weird for me. But it was an interesting twist. Bear that in mind, assuming that. I thought it was kind of neat when they went into the actual temple and that. That was pretty neat. But yeah, it was a nice change things, but yeah. I guess I'm too nostalgic for the older ones, but at the same time, it was okay. It was okay. Like, if you compare it to the other ones, it wasn't as good. But I would say, like, because keep in mind, we're talking about, like, Indiana Jones here, so it's really hard to, like, you got, like, movie quality up here, so, like, when you say, like, oh, it's not as good as the other ones, it's still, like, competent. But it doesn't do as much of a favor for the character of Indiana Jones.
No,
That's really what I could hit it with. But I want to ask, but yeah, yeah. Pretty much what Cody said is that it's pretty much it's pretty much, it has a lot of flaws, but I don't know. There's some bits of it I just like take my total critical thinking faculties. I just put them on the side and I just enjoy what is there, basically. Like, I'll just ignore the atomic blast and be like, oh, we can totally survive that in that fridge. Or I could, but yeah. I have a question for you. Have you ever heard the, because we're talking about Hulk Hogan. Cody brought it up. Have you ever heard any of the songs from his album?
Shia LaBeouf's album?
No, Hulk Hogan's.
No. Wait, only thing I heard from Hulk Hogan as far as music is Rocking Wrestling. Remember Rocking Wrestling?
I remember that.
Captain Lou Albano, rest in peace, is my favorite song.
No, that's about as much as I heard of Hulk Hogan stuff. I've heard the Macho Man album, though. The Be a Man Hogan and all those songs. I've listened to those ones.
I have Macho Man's album. I gotta find it. I have it. That's my boy right there.
Yeah. There are some good ones on that album. Some are just like, they're kind of painful, but there are a couple of good ones on that one. I know. Obviously, the main one that gets the most attention is the Be a Man Hulk one.
Yeah, Be a Man Hulk. That's what it's called. Not Hulk.
But there's another one that's pretty good on there. I forget the name of it.
And there's a one he dedicated to Mr. Perfect.
Yeah.
There's a song on there he dedicated to Mr. Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. I have a question for you. This one's from Toxic. What do you think of Waterworld? You know the movie Waterworld?
Waterworld?
Yeah, Waterworld.
No, you stop running around. I see you jumping around. My son.
Do the Mario.
Let me give you this is Waterworld. Waterworld. I'm in the bottle. I'm shaking it up. Now it's water.
Yeah, with Waterworld, like, I don't know, the production value is pretty cool. Like, they had a lot of cool things going on for it. It was like the movies, they could tell, like the sets and all that stuff. It was really cool in that movie.
You go to an amusement park for that same production value.
I know, because they actually had an amusement park thing for Waterworld, and they did like live action versions of what they had in the movie.
Universal Studios.
Yeah, that one.
Darius, quit running off.
I thought it was an all right movie. It has a lot. Some things it's a mixed bag. I really thought the idea of like that kind of world was kind of cool. no beef whatsoever with that. It's just some bits of it. I don't know. There's some things missing here or there. But yes. But yeah. Oh, really? Jasper says that he thinks he went to it a long time ago. Like, went to the Waterworld one at Universal Studios. What'd you think of it, Jasper? Do you remember? But no, the main reason why I remember it is I think it was on Movie Magic. I'm trying to remember. Like, there's a show that used to be on TV called Movie Magic, and they used to like show all kinds of things. No, I remember. It was on this show. It was about amusement park, right? Like amusement parks. That's right. That's where I saw this Waterworld thing. But another show I recommend, and a lot of the episodes are online, of Movie Magic. That show is pretty cool. A lot of it's really dated though, really dated. But it's pretty neat to look at a lot of the practical special effects they use, especially in the '90s.
Waterworld
that were in that show.
They changed Waterworld to Batman. You know that, right?
It'd be cool if they combined them.
And you know what? The
Waterworld is Batman. Just stick him on the put the Batmobile on the Skidoo, and then you just hop around and you just change their outfit.
Oh boy, yeah, that's what it was. It's Batman.
I'm Batman. As for remakes, Cody has a question. Is there any that you think that like you could consider watchable, like out of all these remakes that are coming out? Because there's kind of are there any remakes that you've seen lately or in the past while that you can consider or deem watchable?
Remakes.
Yeah, remakes.
The X-Men movies.
Oh, the X-Men movies, right?
That Spider-Man, the first one.
I saw the first one. Yeah, that one was all right. That one I watched. I went to see that one in theaters. Though I was not a big fan of like what happened with the second one and that. I was like, I don't want to even watch that.
The Shocker origin is stupid.
I know, that's what I've heard. Because keep in mind, I also am a big fan of Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man. I'm of the group of people that actually really like, even as much as people like the rag on the '90s Spider-Man cartoon that used to be on Fox Kids. Like that one, I actually really like that one. I have all the episodes of that one. I enjoy it. But of course, it has some flaws, but I think it's really good. I enjoy it. I like its depictions of some of the villains, and sometimes some things that they do are pretty neat. If you haven't seen it, you may have seen people rag on it. There are some legitimately good episodes in it. It's very high paced, though. It's not like a lot of these shows you'll watch right now where it's like they pan out the whole thing for like 3 episodes. They only do that like maybe once or twice in this whole series on the Spider-Man episodes in this one. This is, I think it's called I think it's Adventures of Spider-Man. I remember what it's called. That is. But yeah, it was the title theme of that cartoon was awesome. I enjoyed it. But no, if you haven't watched it, I strongly recommend checking it out. It's so high paced though. It goes from within a minute you could be seriously watching people talking in an apartment building, and then all of a sudden you can see them fighting carnage within a minute. It's so, like, they do things really fast in that show. And oh yeah, I really liked how Venom was depicted in that show. Venom was pretty cool.
What, the same guys who made Spawn? Those guys?
Trying to remember. Maybe somebody knows in the comments. But Venom in that show, they spent a lot of time developing Venom in that cartoon. And the fact his design was really cool. Like, they kept it pretty true to a lot of the stuff you'd see in the comics and that, like at least in the older ones. I love the development of the whole thing, and they did a lot with the mutations and things like that. They did a lot of that kind of stuff. It was really rich with that stuff, and then they even made callbacks to like Fantastic Four and everything, and they have Red Skull in some they find a way of piecing a lot of things together, and they even had like the X-Men in an episode once.
That's cool.
Actually, I think that was a two-parter.
But this must be way back in the day when Marvel owned all their properties and didn't sell it off to like Fox or anything like that.
Oh yeah, like this was like in the peak of like when you had the X-Men cartoon. So like you had all these awesome cartoons going on at the same time with all these comics. It's wicked. It was a good time for cartoons, especially for that stuff. Though the Spider-Man cartoons often see as the black sheep because it wasn't as, I don't know. I'm okay with the animation. Some would say it's not as great as the other ones. But I enjoyed the stories and that. Some episodes were kind of here or there, but most of them are pretty good. Like they keep things pretty solid. Yeah. Jasper's mentioning if I don't, I shouldn't spoil it, but as Jasper's mentioning, they do a really good job of really building a lot of character around Venom because he comes back a lot in this over the whole seasons. But yeah, I'll leave that one for the chat. But yeah, he was really cool. I love the way they did the villains in that cartoon series, though. Like, it was probably out of any of the Spider-Man cartoons, that one's probably my favorite. Like, how they did the villains in those ones. They had a lot of dynamic character to them. And that really tells with the way the cartoon was paced. It was a very high-paced cartoon. It was kind of crazy. You could seriously go from watching like them talking in a place to all the way towards having a big climatic battle within like 10 minutes. It was that fast paced. You have to seriously, if you don't know what I mean, and I know if somebody's watched it, they know exactly what I mean. They can be talking, then all of a sudden something bursts through the wall and totally out of random, and they'll just start doing stuff. But yeah, I recommend it. If I'll recommend that one for you, Marcus, to watch more of those, and I'll watch the newer Ninja Turtles shows. How about that?
That'll do.
It's awesome though.
Here's another remake I would like to add to the watch spot. The new Daredevil.
Oh yeah, I haven't watched that one yet.
The new Daredevil on Netflix. The Netflix original. Gotta watch. Gotta watch. One of those reasons. Netflix.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't answer what I thought about the remakes. The remakes. For me, I would say, this is because honestly, with me, I was pretty smart to the fact that people are just remaking things for the sake of remaking them. Is for me. This is really hard because I think the first time I really, I can't think off the top of my head because there's a couple that are in my head, but I'm trying to think of which one would stick out the most out of the remakes that are gonna really I had kind of a sour taste out of my mouth for it. It's you. I'm trying to think. Because keep in mind, although I was born in the late 80s, I watched a lot of stuff when I was a kid that were all late 70s, early 80s movies. So a lot of these remakes that are coming out now of those kind of movies, those are the ones that I tend to dislike. Unless it's like really, 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 really like if they've really improved a lot of the things in it. But yeah, I'll have to think about that one a bit more. But yes, Toxic is asking, are you going to get Final Fantasy? Let's see, XV, Roman numerals. That should be 15. Yeah, that's 15. That's 15. Are you getting Final Fantasy 15, Marcus?
Yes, I am. It's all ammo is red.
You've made toxic very happy. I have a Wii U, so I couldn't even. but I'm all Nintendo in this pro bono thing. I get boners for Nintendo stuff. Oh my. Oh yeah, and Cody's recommending watching Gravity Falls.
Ooh. I'll consider it.
Oh my, but no, what was it? Oh, I have a fun random question for the chat. What is your random word of the day? Give me your worst. Oh my. Well, that's happening. What is your random word of the day, Marcus? Just feel like some weird phallic symbols going on here.
How about dual rhinonucleic?
Hey, on the topic of putting things away. Oh my! I think I talked a little bit about this in our stream yesterday. I think I mentioned also my playthrough. But did anybody notice in the chat, like from the people in the chat, if you didn't watch my playthrough or any of that in Magma Turtle, did you notice that in the background of base's level, the one with the ships the airships that are coming out of the water and they're heading towards the city? Did you notice that the background, the two towers, that was not intentional, but they actually look like two giant penises coming out of the ocean? Yes, now I know somebody's gonna go check this out. But yeah, no, let me see here. Here, I'll find it. That way people don't have to go out that route. Here, I'll get it. I'll get it. Let's see here. I just gotta get it for the screen. Let's see. I'm just gonna put it on this screen. Just gotta share that stuff. But I'm just gonna first see what's. I've got some random words here. We got lewd. We got fart muffin, and we got Fisner. Fizzenter. Penis might here. Okay, I have to show this. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen, and you tell me what you think this looks like. Okay, there we go. There we go. Funny and gullible as me, I didn't notice that those look like two giant penises coming out of the water. It's an epic level, by the way. If you ignore although it's pretty epic that it looks like there's two giant penises coming out of the water. I don't know if somebody has to like blur that or something if they think it's like an actual penis. But I would assure you that they're not actually penises. They're towers, like they're the two towers that come out of the water for the fortress. Those are one of those introspection things I noticed after the fact, and I'm like, why did I do that? What was I thinking? They look like muffins. They're totally muffins, you know. They're just sitting there right on. Yeah, they're totally only towers. Yes. They are actually supposed to be towers that come out of the water. But yes, but yeah, it's Penis Man stage. That's where Penis Man stage is. No, I don't know. Maybe it's like a foreshadowing of events. See, guys, the wily stages in that game are absolutely difficult. They'll kick your butt left and right. So maybe it's like I don't know, some sort of metaphor that I like subconsciously placed into this level as foreshadowing. Yes, it's all about penises right now, and that's gonna be my random word of the day. It's gonna be penis. I got penises on the brain, you know? Once my mind's in the gutter, it ain't escaping that stuff. It's like a black hole. Not even light can escape a black hole. Jasper said, I'm not composing that music. Penis man, y'all. I'm not even sure that's even safe for kids to play. just did. TRT. The pedophile. Yeah, pretty much. The levels are difficult, so they kick you in the dick. Yes, that's pretty much the idea. They're epic levels that are very challenging. They take you back to because actually I'll actually ask Marcus this because he played the game, one of these fan games very recently. Marcus played Quint's Revenge not that long ago. So tell me about that. Speaking of this whole difficulty thing, seeing as it is on the subject, and Marcus was telling me a little bit about how he felt it was compared to Mega Man Eternal. Marcus, are you there? I don't know if Marcus is still kicking. Marcus, I go like poke him or something. Hey, come on, over this way, over this way. I'm poking him. Maybe he's gone. I don't know. We'll see. But the point is that yeah, it's a doozy. They're designed to be. They'll kick your rear if you don't practice enough. But yeah. Penis is just everywhere. There's too much penis in the chat. Oh my. But no. What was it? Oh yes. Now I remember. I was gonna ask if you were to. Okay, I would assume probably most of the people in the chat right now are somewhat they somewhat have an understanding of Mega Man or something. Or I know. I have an even better question. Yes, I think Marcus is yes. He was just sitting there. If you saw it on my end, I just saw his forehead just facing down like this. So I think he like passed out. He'll be back. But anyways. I have a question. Yes, it is it is indeed the sausage chest. I think I'll refer to it as that at this point. It's the sausage chest. But I want to ask you guys a question. What would you say is your favorite game on how about let's go Super Nintendo. What is your favorite Super Nintendo game? I want to know your favorite Super Nintendo game. I'll ask about Mega Man later on. But I think that this will be yes, Marcus has left. I think the penises got to him, I think, maybe. It was too much sausage in this chat. Too much. It's all my fault too, you know. I have a tendency to bring out the gutter. But tell me your favorite Super Nintendo. Like if you were to pick one that you would want to love, if you wanted me to talk about, or want to tell me a little bit about what you think your favorite Super Nintendo game is, tell me. I want to know. We already got one. We got X1. I assume you talk about Mega Man X1. Oh, that's a good game. That one's pretty solid. As for X games, just on that subject, I would say I know Super Nintendo is a really hard game console to pick a favorite for. Okay, how about you're allowed to give me let's do three. Okay, yeah, 5. Let's do 5. I'll start talking about Mega Man X. Mega Man X, that game is an awesome, well-designed game. I personally, believe it or not, my favorite game out of the X series on the Super Nintendo is either going to be Mega Man X2 or Mega Man X3. I'm not as much of a fan of the first one, just because the second and the third refine it quite a bit more. I would definitely say that as for, I don't know, I really like the X Hunters in the original, well, in X2. I really like that concept, and it's actually one of the inspirations of why the way I use the Mega Man Killers and Mega Man Eternal. That's actually a callback to that. Okay, so we got some more here. Kirby. We got. I'll go in order. Okay, so for Yoshi's Island, that game is awesome. I remember playing that game when it was brand new. I remember renting it from Blockbuster. I think it was Blockbuster. It was either that or Rogers Video when those were still kicking around. Oh man, neither of those are around anymore. Jeez Louise. Oh my, no. I think it would be. Let's see. Yeah, Yoshi's Island. I really like Yoshi's Island. I love the style that they use. I'm personally a big fan of. I actually really like. I'm just preaching to the choir here, but I think the music is very spectacular. One thing that really that I'm not a big fan of right now with the newer Yoshi's Island games is they didn't. I don't know. I can't say much for Yoshi's Woolly World because I haven't played that game yet because it ain't out yet here, and I don't want to spoil it all for myself by just going and looking up on YouTube because I could totally do that right now if I wanted to. Welcome back, Marcus.
I know I had little technical difficulties.
Yeah, it looked like you on my screen. It looked like you died because you were totally face down like this. We decided that it was the penises that got to you.
Yeah, that's what happened. I got the shaft.
Oh my god! What have I done? I've just tainted everything. It's just glorious. We were talking about favorite Super Nintendo games, so I've been asking them what their favorite Super Nintendo games are. So I let them have a leniency of about 5. So far I was just talking about Yoshi's Island a bit. But yeah, that one I definitely love. I love the final boss in that game. The ending I like too. Basically, I can't praise it more than enough. Kirby Superstar. What are your thoughts of Kirby Superstar, Marcus?
I love it. I love it. From Dynablade to Breeze, Spring Breeze. What else? All of it to the great defensive, the great offensive, whatever it's called. I love Kirby Superstar, and honestly, I like Kirby's Dream Land 3.
Oh yeah, I was actually going to say that I love both. I actually like Kirby's Dream Land 3 slightly more. I know it's blasphemy to say that, but I actually like 3 a slight bit more than Superstar, although they're both great.
Right, it's wonderful. The colored crayon. And especially nowadays that we have these high-res, high-def televisions, and if you have a Retron console with that game, oh my goodness, the colors really pop in that game. Even if you have your Wii U with that game downloaded, it really looks nice.
Oh yeah, I have it on my Wii U. Yeah, I used to always borrow it from my friend on the Super Nintendo when it was new, and I rented it when it just came out. I remember how awesome it was when I first rented it, and when I was a kid.
That was around the time when the N64 came out, and nobody was playing Super Nintendo.
Yeah. I didn't go into. I think I took a little bit longer to get to N64, although it was only a year or so after it released. I think it was a year, and then I rented one with my parents because you could rent them from Blockbuster or Rogers Video. think we rented it from Roger's Video. Like rented a Nintendo 64 and with Mario Kart, and that basically sealed the deal.
Oh yeah, I like Stunt Race FX. If anybody remember that game,
Oh, I remember
Stunt
that.
Race FX.
But yeah, you really can't praise it.
I really
enough.
liked
It's a
it
good game.
because it was a 3D racer that was going against virtual racing on the Sega Genesis, and virtual racing on the Sega Genesis was a huge cart because it had its own little processor within the cartridge where where it gets hot when you play it for prolonged. I have that game, like virtual racing, but
yeah.
FX is wonderful. Like, people give it flack because, oh yeah, you're playing the car in a window and it's kind of hard to see the turns, but it's one of those games that you have to memorize the tracks in order for you to progress. And it's great. It's got good music. It's got that Nintendo looking feel, you know, that familiar Nintendo looking feel. The same thing you get with Pilot Wings, the same feeling you get with all the Super Scope 6 games, you know, that music and look and feel that Nintendo had for their system, the first party stuff, which Stunt Race FX was a first party game. I wish they got it back, but to each his own, you know?
Yeah. But no, on the subject of Kirby Superstar, just before we talk a bit more about some other games, is if you haven't played the DS version of that game, Kirby Superstar Ultra, I highly recommend it. I would say it's superior to the original. The only thing I could give it as a downside is that if you want to play full two-player, like if you want to play two-player fully, you have to have 2 cartridges. You only get to play Spring Breeze and I think just a few mini games, other than if you want to have one person with a cartridge. That's the only thing I can harp on the DS version of that game. Otherwise, that is probably easily the best version if you're looking for content. I know, blasphemy once again. But there's a whole one. But yeah.
You have to give it to the 3DS because the 3DS is great because it really supports single cart multiplayer. Like more than first party games support single cart multiplayer. Like me, I'm a gaming dad. My kids love to play games with me, and they all have their own respective systems. And as a gaming dad, they want to play on the road, and dad, well, if I'm not driving, of course. I'm
No, you're just going to crack out the 3DS and be like, just put it in the middle of the steering wheel, put it right there, put a little like sticky end on it, and just like start playing there. And you're honking the horn as you're going on. Yeah, that's good.
Mario Kart, yeah. And I like playing Mario Kart 3DS with them. The Mario Kart 7.
Yeah.
They'll be shy guys, so I'll be a shy guy too. So it can be, an even playing field. And it's real fun. Shy Guy Racing is really fun. And another game, Pocket Bomberman. Oh, my little kids love to play Bomberman against me. We played Bomberman. We played Mario Party, Toadstool Tour, whatever it's called. We played, and we have a blast. And all we need is one cart. And that's why they need to make all the Kirby games support one cart multiplayer. Squeak Squad, Mass Attack, Superstar Ultra, Superstar the new one on the 3DS. All of them, they all support because they all got mini games. Even the GBA versions of them, they support one cart multiplayer, which is pretty awesome. Especially if you're playing Superstar Ultra, their multiplayer is kind of weird because you play 2-player, you play off the same screen. You know, that's kind of weird. Like, I'm the one with the game, and my kid is the second player. They have to look at my screen while controlling with their 3DS or 2D or the regular DS on my screen. It's kind of weird, but it works. It's pretty fun.
But no, one thing I want to praise, because as the chat is praising, there are some other really good Super Nintendo games. There are, of course, like Zombies Ate My Neighbors, Super Mario World. Those ones are solid as well.
Yes.
Have you ever played Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures?
Greatest Adventures?
Yeah, on the Super Nintendo. You ever play that one?
The one that is retarded hard? That one?
I wouldn't say. I don't think it's that one. I think you're talking about the. I think isn't that the Genesis version, if I remember correctly? But the NES one was pretty nasty as well. But no, this one's like a collection. This one's like a collection. It's I played it before. It's really good.
Jones. Wasn't it called Super Indiana Jones?
Oh, no, I think it's called Indiana Jones' Greatest Adventures, if I remember correctly. It does like a compilation kind of thing. But yeah, it's a really solid game. If you haven't played it yet, it's pretty solid. It's pretty true to the Indiana Jones story stuff. But I have to make sure to praise, for sure, as the chat has praised, Donkey Kong Country and just the trilogy in general, especially 2's music. I really love Donkey Kong Country 2. I have Donkey Kong Country 1 and 3, but I don't actually own the physical cartridge of 2, which is kind of sad, seeing as I play that one a lot on my virtual console. I love 3. Actually, fun story about 3. When I got it brand new, I actually had a defective cartridge when I first got Donkey Kong Country 3. I got it on my birthday. I got a defective cartridge that... It was like the first time I've ever experienced that when I was like a kid. I'm like, why is this game not working? I put it into the Super Nintendo, I turn it on, and it starts making a couple weird noises, and it just then it just didn't want to turn on. And then and so we went to I think it was to Zeller's, that's right. I remember
Wow.
Yeah, I went to Zeller's like when they still had those. They don't have those anymore up here. But no, I just remember having my dad returning this defective cartridge, and they were giving him a hard time, and I remember this.
Oh, wow.
But it was so lovely when I got back, because we went on this trip all the way, because I think he probably got it. I'm trying to remember if that year we went to Chuck E. Cheese. We used to have a Chuck E. Cheese in Winnipeg, but we don't anymore. Now it's like a nightclub kind of thing. I always liked, I've never been in it since then, but I always like to imagine that they still have like the ball pits and that, and they like let the drunk people go in them and like grope people. It's like the drunk ball pit over there, and like they just like kept a lot of the old stuff or something, or the animatronics or something. Like put Chucky, but like put like instead of him wearing like his like stuff that his like get up from like the late '90s, they had him like maybe like put like a gangster hat on him or something. But it ain't that far from the real Chucky these days, seeing as he has a completely different style now. But that's a total side story.
It sure is.
Oh my, Jasper, you cracked me up. Jasper said the reason why you came back is because we stopped talking about you-know-what.
Oh, because we stopped talking about dicks?
Yes.
Dicks.
Yes, it's all my fault, too. Yeah. Basically, Cody was saying is that it's basically like Super Star Wars with Indiana Jones.
I need to check it out. Because I got a large catalog.
It's good. I have fun with it.
On my Wii U.
But yeah, I can't praise the music enough in the Donkey Kong Country trilogy, especially in 2. I'm just challenging so many things. But Toxic has a good question. Which would you say? What do you think is out of the Tales series? We've had this chat before, but like on like in our own like Skype chats. But what is your, like, if you were to pick your favorites out of the Tales of series, which ones would you consider your top favorites?
I have 3. The first
Hand
one,
them over.
okay, you got Legendria, Tales of Legendria. Of course, Symphonia, because it's a really good story.
Yeah.
And
that game definitely has a yeah.
and Tales of Destiny. Tales of Destiny, the first one. The second one is good too, but it wasn't called Tales of Destiny. It was called Tales of Tales of Graces is good too.
Yeah, I haven't played that one. I want to play Tales of Graces.
Like
my problem is I don't have a PS3 to play them.
But most of the good Tales games are on PS2.
Yeah, I know.
Like the really good ones.
Most of my experiences with things that were on the GameCube, the Wii, or were ported to like the DS or the 3DS. Like, so probably my favorites obviously are like Symphonia. Like, it has a really good story. Although some will be like, "Oh, that's so cliche," but it actually makes a really good. It makes a very good, compelling lesson out of racism.
Yes, it's
Indy, and it's a very good microcosm for how that kind of stuff happens. That's really what I think is really good about Symphonia. Aside from the characters, that's really like where that game shines.
Yeah, it's a government uprising. Like they elect a songstress, or was it they elect a songstress to get sacrificed, and they pretty much go against the idea of sacrificing their good friend to become an angel, quote unquote angel. Yeah.
Angel. I think I'm sounding like I'm watching like The Simpsons. You know that one with like the angel. It's the angel. Crazy the angel.
Yeah. Angel.
But yeah, no, it has a really good story. It tells a lot about how people can become very twisted by having a very simple but good message, but become completely astray from it by simply just oversighting it and going way too far.
True.
Not to spoil it for anybody that hasn't beaten that game. But for my favorites, I actually have another controversial favorite. I'm actually really a big fan of... Actually, I'm a big fan of the sequel of Tales of Symphonia. I actually like the second game.
Oh,
Dawn of
Return?
the New World. Yeah, Dawn of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World. It was on the Wii, but you can also get it on PS3 in that Chronicles collection where it has Symphonia and Symphonia 2.
Yep, and it had some other. I like the game where it's like a compilation of all the Tales games, where all the Tales characters come together in one. But it's also on PS2. Namco, I think it's called Namco Tales, or something Tales Legends or something like that.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to remember. It's Legends, or is it like? Because I'm not so familiar with that end. It's like Radiant Mythology or the Mythology ones. I know there's also Astria, but those ones are like mobile ones. But they're all like Japan, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong though. If I'm wrong, because I know there's some in the chat that are very familiar with this. But my other favorite, of course, is Abyss, because I actually got that one for Shireen for I think I got it for Christmas. I got it for her birthday. But I played the port of it that's on the 3DS.
Yes, I have that on the PlayStation 2 as well. That's a PlayStation 2 release too.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a lot. Like I said, there's a lot of PlayStation Tales games.
Yeah. I was just super disappointed about, this is like totally off the side. I was totally yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, Toxic, correct. I said, yeah, it's Radiant Mythology. I knew I had it. Yeah. See, yeah, excellent. Thank you. But yeah, no, the one thing that actually disappointed me, that was such a missed opportunity, was, you know how there's the PS3. Oh, I'm seeing Marcus's forehead. Oh, okay, good. I saw your forehead for a bit. I thought you were going to die again. But no, one missed opportunity that I really was sad about, although I understand what the developers are, like, their perspective on this, was that, you know how I was just mentioning the Tales of Symphonia Chronicles, that port with the HD graphics with both of the Tales games. That was such a missed opportunity to be on the Wii U. Like, cause seeing as
Very much.
Symphonia was very popular on the GameCube, but it didn't really go beyond that with the GameCube or any of that stuff on that end. And a lot of people played it on the GameCube, and that, like me, that's how I really got into the Tales games, was on with Symphonia on the GameCube. Although it was available, of course, otherwise, but that was like the prime version. If you were playing like Symphonia, it was on the GameCube. Yeah. So that was like a missed opportunity for me. I'm like, I would have, because I own the Wii, the second Tales game, and I also have the GameCube one. And I was like, oh, okay, well, it would have been such a good opportunity to bring those together, because I know a lot of Nintendo fans that play those ones. That really would love to have more of the stuff on the Nintendo consoles. But I totally get them for using the PS3, because they've got really, really good at using. I said PS3, but I think I caught myself. I think it sounded like I said penis 3.
Dan, you don't have a PS3.
I know I don't. I don't at all. Yes, I totally don't. But no, I totally get them for if they needed to just go right to, because they got really good at, because the PS3, a lot of people don't understand how difficult it is to program things on the Cell BE, which is what's inside the PS3. So when, like, I've seen some terribly just atrocious looking programs on the PS3. Like writing a Hello World program ain't straightforward on a system like that. So once those tools became available to develop things better on the PS3, it became better to utilize it. And that's why a lot of times now you see a lot of games actually going directly to the PS3, but only on the PS3, because they got really good at using it, and it is a different kind of architecture. I actually did a little report on the Cell BE and that stuff. It's a pretty interesting architecture, and yeah, because you often will. A lot of people think, oh, as soon as you get the PS4, why do you need the PS3? Because PS3 and the PS4 have very different architectures. That's why oftentimes you'll see a lot of these Tales games popping up on especially on the PS3, but there aren't so much jumping onto the PS4 quite yet.
Like this game, it's on the PS3 as well, and the Vita. But since the Sony developers figured out how to make it better, they put this on the 4.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that's basically my grip with that port, is that I really wish that they did that and put that on the Wii U, because it would have been perfect for that. Because seeing as you can use the Wiimotes just like you can on the second Symphonia game for multiplayer, and the gamepad just lends itself to that gameplay style. Like, it just lends itself to it. I'm like, you could have just easily just like, I could just use this. Perfect. But no, Toxic is asking actually about Tales of Zestria. Have you played that one? Or what do you think about Zestria? Zestiria, sorry, Zestiria. I sometimes I just read a little ahead, and I know this. Yes. What do you think of it?
Oh yeah, Tales of Zestria is wonderful. That's on the I got that on the Xbox 3. I got that on the Xbox 360. Vesperia.
Oh,
It's
Vesperia. No,
wonderful.
we're talking about Hysteria.
Oh, Hysteria, the newest one.
No, Zest. Iria. Zest. Like zest. Like if I'm feeling zesty.
Oh, Zest. I never heard of Zest.
You haven't heard of that one? I've seen the intro on that. It looks really good.
That was Hysteria. Look that up.
Yeah, here I'll let's see here. Maybe I'll let's just hope I don't get the stupid copyright stuff. I might try to stream this thing. I'll try streaming it, and let's see them just start taking away my precious monetization. Let's see here.
I got it right here.
That rescue.
This game? That's cool.
Darn it. Now I gotta buy it.
There we go. That's enough, or else YouTube will like kill me.
I know it's this game.
Yeah. But no, I know what you're talking about with the Vesperia, but no, I'm talking we're all gonna get banned if otherwise.
Thank you guys for spending my money because now I gotta get this game. Thank you.
Yes.
I love RPGs, like action RPGs at that.
Mm-hmm.
The game's gonna be ready.
Oh yeah, I love the Tales series. I think it needs more love, basically. Although it's pretty beloved anyway, but you know what I mean.
You gotta move to Japan for that, Dan.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's the same way with me with Monster Hunter. A lot of people are now kind of jumping on the Monster Hunter thing, but no, in Japan it's like the big thing these days when it comes to those kind of games. In Japan, like it's crazy over there. They got all kinds of crazy stuff going on over there with the Monster Hunter stuff. I know. I like. Let's see. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Does anybody in the chat play Monster Hunter? I know. Maybe one in there does play. I think Marcus may have died again. Marcus, are you still alive?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, you're there. Because I was like, it froze for a moment. I was like, oh my no.
Oh, I'm just playing a little Saturn. You know.
Playing some delicious ones. Okay, Marcus. Toxic has a question. What do you think of Kingdom Hearts, Marcus?
I kind of froze. Hold on. You see me? Am I better?
Now.
Hold on. Am I better now?
Yep. Now you're better. Yeah, you're better now.
Okay. Question, because I kind of froze up a little bit. Let me see something real fast. Let me
well,
go
Marcus, what you up to over there?
I'm gonna get onto the chat.
Oh, you're getting onto the chat. Ah, yes. Yeah, have the chat open. That way you can see what's going on, too.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, yeah, Toxic's asking what you think of Kingdom Hearts.
Toxic's asking what I'm playing. I'm playing.
No. What do you think of Kingdom Hearts?
What do I think of Kingdom Hearts?
Yes.
I love Kingdom Hearts. I got most of the games. I got Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts 2.5, or 2 1/3, or whatever it's called. Final Mix. I got the Japanese imports. I got Birth by Sleep. I have Recoded, or I have de-edited, and I have 23/3 or whatever. Whatever that weird number is, I have that. I have the Kingdom Hearts with the animals on the 3DS, and I'm going to get the re-releases on the PS3, but I'm kind of like behind on that. So, but the newest one that's coming out, I'm totally going to get it.
That sounds delicious. I'm sure Toxic will be very pleased.
Oh yeah, Kingdom Hearts is cool, man.
No, I know Toxic. He really likes his Kingdom Hearts, so I'm sure he's just enjoying this right now.
But I'm trying to get onto the chat here.
Cody's asking, what's your favorite Kingdom Hearts world?
What about the Kingdom Hearts world? The Xehanort Saga, the Keyblade Warriors,
What's your favorite Kingdom Hearts world? So which world in Kingdom Hearts is your favorite?
the land that never was.
I couldn't
The land
answer.
that never was.
I don't play much Kingdom Hearts.
Either the land that never was, or the Tron world.
That sounds like pretty good choices. Sound like some pretty good choices.
They're going to make a Star Wars world. They're going to make a Star Wars world for the Kingdom Hearts 3. That's why they're holding back. They're making a Star Wars version of it. A Keyblade saber. That's going to be cool.
That's going to be a pretty interesting idea. Oh, I know the oh, I know. Oh yeah, by the way, if anybody's watching that haven't mentioned, I have to do my random spiel. If you have any questions or anything, feel free to put them in the chat. If you want to just keep in mind, we're all in it together right now. Cody says his favorite is Halloween Town, and Space Paranoids was amazing, according to Cody.
Those are good too. Halloween Town is really cool, where you have Sora is like dressed like half pumpkin face. Now that was cool.
Cody's like a Star Wars world. Shut up and take my money, suckers. Oh my. No. I just haven't really played much Kingdom Hearts just because I don't really obviously don't really have much of an avenue for it, but I admire people that do. Like I know I've actually hung out with Toxic before, and he showed me some pretty awesome Kingdom Hearts stuff. So I really can't take it away from anybody. It's awesome. It's totally awesome, and I have absolutely nothing more to say. Totally nothing more at all to say. I don't know why this is the theme of this chat tonight.
Well, we're just coming to hang out, right? Come in, hang out. We're hanging out.
Hang out, and I just drew a penis. Come on, anything goes right now. I don't draw normally penises, so you really gotta take that for what it is.
Take it for what it is.
Want my picture of a penis, Marcus? It's just like, it's just so lovely. Actually, it's not very detailed. I'm gonna scare Marcus away again. But no. What was it? Oh, I know. What do you guys think? Cody, you crack me up. Oh my. Yeah, I know. Marcus is gonna totally die. He's gonna die because of too much penis going on. It's actually like lagging his machine. That's what's happening. That's what we're gonna go with. If every time I show a penis or make any penis reference, it's going to cause turmoil on Marcus's end. So I gotta shut up about it. Oh, okay. So I got a random question for the chat. I got a random question. Random questions. I like random questions. If you were to ever, I know. If you were to ever have a good big ice cream cone, nothing phallic, don't go there. What kind of ice cream would you crave right now if you could? Have some ice cream right now. No dick jokes.
Yes, please don't. Well, I can get chocolate peanut butter cup right now. So chocolate
I'm jealous right now.
Yeah, I got chocolate peanut butter cup ice cream going on right now.
I can go for some cookies and cream. I like some cookies and cream.
That's a good choice too.
It's a good choice.
Have you ever had reversed cookies and cream? Chocolate cookies and cream?
Oh yeah, I love that. That's some good stuff there. French vanilla is pretty good too. Jasper wants to go for some of that. Some French vanilla. Oh my. We got mint chocolate. Cody, you cracked me up. Oh my. Butter pecan's good.
Yeah.
I'm going with Toxic's question. Best Zelda game, go. What's your favorite Zelda game, Marcus?
Ooh, yeah. Best.
And this can be a contentious one.
Link Between Worlds. A Link Between
Worlds is your favorite?
Yeah. It's my favorite. It's got everything. It's got everything. It was the Oracle of Ages or Seasons, but now it's the Link Between Worlds.
Nah, that's a pretty good choice. On the note, orange ice cream is pretty good. I actually know a place in Winnipeg that you can get orange ice cream pretty darn cheap. You can get it from Wholesale Club if you ever in Winnipeg. Wholesale Club, you can get good box size ones of them really cheap. But yeah, you can also get like big buckets of ice cream like for like $20. Like I don't mean like these. I'm talking like the stuff the ice cream parlors buy. Basically like Costco.
Those big old tubs.
Like the big old tubs, like the big ones. I'm not talking like 4 liters. I'm talking like these suckers. But yeah, for me, let's Jasper think Zelda 1. Cody's going with Link to the Past. Link to the Past. That one's really good too. Toxic's going for Majora's Mask. For me, I'll go with variety. I'm going with Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
I like Skyward Sword as well. I know that one shots fired. Some people just do not like Skyward Sword, or some just. I really like Skyward Sword.
People didn't like Twilight Princess.
I really like Twilight as well. Yeah, this is one of those things that honestly I find it's where like a lot of people where it's like it gets lots and lots of praise right when it's released, but like years later on, they just start hating on it. Like some people just hate on it. That's one of those mentalities I often find with the Sonic fan base. Is where like you have it where like they'll totally praise something or they'll say it sucks, and then all of a sudden they'll start growing on them, and then they'll really like it all of a sudden, then they'll hate it all of a sudden.
That's why I talk about the Sonic fan base like Mega Man. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. You guys don't believe me, it's going to happen.
Oh, I know. But yeah, I'm a toxic here. Skyward Sword is amazing. The only thing I can hamper against Skyward Sword are the fetch quests. Because a couple of them are mandatory fetch quests, and sometimes they take a little bit longer. But other than that, I totally love Skyward Sword. But Ocarina of Time is my favorite.
Boss Rush.
I can't really harper on any particular Zelda game because they're all-star games. Except for the CDI ones. But yeah, totally. The CDI ones, they just knock everything out of the park.
It's boring around here.
Sure is boring around here. Gotta bomb some dongos.
So, no, and Davion is mad at you for taking his scissors.
Yes.
But no.
Right?
But no, actually, a good example of that whole Sonic fan base thing. But one thing I can definitely say is a good example of it is I remember when so many things going on in the chat. This is glorious. Keep it up. Keep it up. Get some more people in here. Seriously, like we need some more crazy stuff going on here. Totally. I remember getting Sonic Adventure 2 Battle when it was brand new. I spent $90 Canadian getting that game on GameCube. I remember getting that one. It was glorious when it came out, and people were like, "This is awesome." But now you often will get people just because because obviously it didn't. Some would contend that some parts of it didn't age the greatest. But it's still pretty good. Like I still go back and play it quite often. It's one of my favorites. But at the same time, yeah, it gets a lot more hate these days than it used to. I won. All we need is just some more. We need more Zelda CDI memes. We need more. For some reason, actually, I should totally try to get this toolbox working, because I used to have it where like it would show my name and I can use overlays. I would just totally start using them. But for some reason, when I put a Google effects on, it totally turned it off for some stupid reason. For that reason, I'm going to start abusing them because it's fun.
Are you turning on Google effects? Oh no. Not that.
Well, sometimes I don't know. For some reason, it decided to start farting around like it used to. Sometimes it just does not want to. The chat's just having a good time here. Squadala, where are?
Oh no.
But no, this is my point: is that a lot of these games that used to be considered really good games, a lot of people go at them with expectations, especially with younger generations these days. Is they go at it with a very different lens or expectation of what they should expect from those games. Like, I've met people that go a little bit crazy about certain games that yet are very well designed, but could be considered absolute train wrecks compared to what they think a good game is. And it's actually kind of interesting perspective. I've actually met people that will tell you, with face front, tell you how bad Ocarina of Time is, or how bad Link to the Past is. I've met people that will tell it straight to your face how bad they are. And I'm like, and I just do the look. Oh my God. Oh, but no. Oh, I know. I have a question for you guys. with more Zelda memes, we need more, is there a game that you absolutely like that tends to get really ragged on these days? If there was one, which one would you say gets the most flack these days that didn't get flack when they originally came out? Which would you say? And Mark, it seems like Mark has died. I think my penis picture got to him, but I don't know. That's a good question. You're not afraid of dragons. But no, what do you guys think? What would you say is your, like, if you had a game that you really, really like that people tend to trash a lot these days, but they didn't trash it before? Like, people would be like, this is such an awesome game, like, when it came out, but now some people are, especially especially these days, really rag on. Like, I mean, like, seemingly just tear it up. Usually they're a bit younger. They don't really have any perspective on good game design. They just see graphics and they're like, oh my, it's all about the graphics. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. This is actually gonna be perfect. Right up my alley. So far, I'm getting some really it is the first one I'll point out, and this is a game that I strongly urge people to play. Are the Bat and Kato's games. Those ones, if you have a GameCube and you have some money to spend, and you don't have the Bat and Kato's games, you should do it. It's awesome stuff. So keeping that in mind, you should play them. There are these really good, well-crafted RPG games that are card-based. They have a card. Now, don't let the card-based part deter you from it. It's a strategy it's a turn-based RPG game that uses cards as your set of attacks. So what happens is you have a deck and it's randomly shuffled. And what happens is it sets it so that you can pick certain cards and you can do them in a certain sequence. You get extra bonus attacks. They have different elements on them. Some are special combo attack ones. The first game's voice acting isn't the greatest, but the story is really good. I recommend it. I got through Melper Show after several tries. It's a great game. I strongly recommend it. It has a splendid soundtrack. If you're a big fan at all of the Tales soundtracks, it's composed by the same guy, if you're curious. But it's even more off the deep end in epicness. Yes, and we have to take in our hearts all of that stuff. If you ever played that game, you know what I'm talking about. But if I were to recommend out of those games, is Bat and Kato's Origins. That game refines the gameplay style even more than the first one. In fact, if you went back from Origins, which is actually a prequel to the first one, if you do that, you'll find that the gameplay is a lot slower, less structured. The sequel or prequel is definitely far better structured, but it is a tad harder. Some parts are a bit harder, but it's just because it's inherently more challenging. But yeah, that one, I could definitely recommend those ones. That game definitely gets a rap just because of the fact that there's only certain people who have played it, and at the same time, it found itself actually getting into bargain bins. Actually, the first one especially finding itself in the bargain bins, oddly. But it's a 2-disc game. Both of them are 2-disc GameCube games, so you know they're going to be a nice, good length. Oh, Jasper is saying Mega Man 2 on the Game Boy. Actually, believe it or not, out of the Game Boy games, the Mega Man Game Boy games, that's actually the first one I played. Out of all of them, actually, I really enjoyed it. Actually, I would say it does a lot of things differently. The soundtrack can be a little bit grating on the ears, but if you have that inherent liking for Game Boy music, it is all right. It does a lot of weird things, though. But then I speak for myself. I do a lot of weird things, too. For my design, I am a bit odd, sure. But Dan, Gibari, yeah, Gibari is awesome, by the way. If you play Bat and Kados. He's a little bit annoying in the origins, though. But no, let's see. We need more Zelda memes. Let's see here. Yeah, I know. I have a tendency, because keep in mind, my screen is right here, my camera is right here, so whenever I'm looking over there, I'm looking at what's going on the stream. And but no, yeah, Super Mario Brothers 2. Oh my, that game gets such a bad rap these days. That's actually a really good example of this. I remember when I played that one when I was a kid, I actually played that one surprisingly more than Super Mario Brothers 3, yet I had all three. But of course I played 3 lots too. Don't deny, it's an awesome game. Amazing stuff. But the second one gets a really bad rap. It is, I would definitely say, it definitely got a bad rap just because of, like, before, people would just say it's like kind of the different one here or there. But overall, it really is a solid game to play. It's a bit different than the first one, but keep in mind, a lot of people that hate on that one tend to retrogressively go and insult it because of all these great other Mario games that came later on. Because as far as it was concerned, like, people, when they got it brand new, it was like, this is just another Mario game. So of course, Octorox. Yeah, I totally love it too. I remember when I was playing it when I was 3, when I was 4, yeah, I beat it, and yes, I was actually able to do it without the Game Genie. But sometimes I would play with the Game Genie. Yes, I do that. I used to play with, like, I would have like a Hot Pocket, like those pizza pockets. Yes, pizza pockets. I would have a pizza pocket. I would cut it up into pieces, and each time I would complete a world, I would have a piece of a pizza pocket. Yeah, I know. Exactly. People say it's not a real Mario game, and that's oftentimes where it gets its criticism from. And it's often all retrogressive, you know? And people are like, yeah, we're talking about the North American Super Mario Brothers 2. We're not talking about Lost Worlds. Welcome back, Marcus. Marcus, I can't hear you. I can't. Oh, you saying 1 sec. But no, I was just talking about Super Mario Brothers 2. But no, I definitely agree that that one gets a really bad rap, especially once people figured out that it actually was it was basically taking one game. Yeah. Basically, once people figured out it was a very Doki Doki Panic, once they figured out that, they really tear it into it, and it really didn't really deserve it. It's really actually a good, solid Mario game, and the later good Mario games all have kind of adapted those pieces. Like, they combine. Well, you can't really see a lot of the new ones. You really can't, like Paper Mario, a whole bunch of the other Mario games, they take a lot of the ideas from the second one as well. And you can't really separate the second game. Like, even if it is Doki Doki Panic, you can't really take that away from all the other Mario games. And a lot of people tend to forget that. When people got this brand new, they didn't know any better, but even then, it's still a solid game, and I consider it a solid Mario game. There's some bits of it that are a bit different. But even then, like, if you played like the Game Boy Advance remake of it, Nintendo has really come and owned it. The only thing that I really would love to see Nintendo do is bring Wart back. Maybe make him another villain for another Mario game. I'd love to see that. But no, one that I would, yeah, that actually would probably be the one I would probably pick as the one that gets the worst rap. But honestly, I can really name many games that get a bad rap these days. And honestly, a lot of it comes from LPers that don't necessarily care about how good a game is. They just want to have fun with it. So oftentimes they'll be big dicks about it. Oh, no! What have I done? Oh my god, no. Okay. So the point is that you often will get a lot of these LPers these days, and they totally tear into these good, solid games, but they often will rag on them. And honestly, as somebody that has made a game that people can play, I totally associate and see why these people are dickwads to do that. I did it again. I'm terrible. I'm a horrible, 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 horrible. I'm so bad. And I know I'm doing it too. It's terrible. It's like a black hole. You can't escape it. But no, I just find a lot of cherished games these days. Uh, oh my, yes. All I know is a lot of games these days get a real bad rap just because them being, maybe it's a generation thing. They just see these older games. And honestly, I know a lot of people, probably some people in the chat can relate to this, is I've been a person that's played games, and I was like one of the weird guys that played games while everybody else was like, you play video games? And now I see all this geek culture stuff, and I honestly don't align myself much with it because I see them as kind of posers. So I'm not a big fan of like LPers that do that kind of geek culture stuff. I'm looking at you, Game Grumps. You've inspired a generation of kids to hate on things for no good reason. But I've talked about that earlier. But anyway. Yes, and I can't, and there's other people too. I can't just put it on them. There are other reviewers that have done that too. I know. Even then, I have a random sense of humor, but theirs just doesn't click with me. Oh boy. But anyway. We got some serious serious Zelda meme stuff going on in the chat. This is some awesome stuff. Oh boy. But one game actually I thought I would mention is, anybody ever play Doki Doki Amusement Park by any chance? It's on the regular Nintendo. That game I can strongly recommend checking out. It's one of the lesser known NES games. From what I know, it's only was released in Japan. But it's a really solid platformer. One thing I could definitely say is check it out. It's called Doki Doki Amusement Park. I can't pronounce its Japanese name, but it's a pretty solid platformer. If you haven't played that one, if you played it, let me know in the chat. It's really solid. Actually, I can here. Let's see if I can find something to show you. It's one of those weird platformers. It's, as the name would suggest, actually, one little tidbit I can give you is actually some bits of Primal Man's level and Mega Man Eternal are highly inspired by that platformer. In fact, there's a boss in that game that actually is an ape, and that's actually where the idea of putting Primal Man in an amusement park level actually came from. So if that helps at all, actually, you'll notice actually some bits of Primal Man's level are actually inspired, or even some bits of it actually are actually taken from that game. In fact, that's where the coaster idea came from. It came from that game, because there actually are levels like that in that game. Except it doesn't have a coaster like that, and it doesn't have dick move spikes. And oh my, I did it again. Jeez Louise. Okay. Oh, yes, that's right. Sorry, Toxic. Yeah, we had a good question. Is there any franchise everyone else loves but you hate? Mine is Assassin's Creed, according to Toxic here. Let's see. What are those hands? Yeah, I would go with Jasper's Call of Duty. That one kind of takes that one takes the cake. These are faces of evil. You must go and conquer each one. Oh, but yeah, I would definitely say Call of Duty definitely takes the cake on that one. Oh, yeah, Call of Duty for me, hands on. That goes hands down. That one takes the cake. Assassin's Creed, I don't like Assassin's Creed either. I don't know. I never played any of them, so I can't really tell you. So I'm a third party, but from what I've seen, it's not as brilliant as it seems. From what I know, the earlier ones were better than the newer ones. Marcus, are you back?
These are faces of evil.
These are faces of evil. You must go and conquer each one. No,
Oh, boy. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Welcome back.
I did it! Yay! All is well. All is well.
You keep me from making too many references to certain things. Yes, I know. For some reason, I'm just in that mood. I don't know. Maybe it's just I don't know. But no, for me, yeah, Call of Duty is basically the whipping horse when it comes to this. They really that's really the thing with Call of Duty is that they've really bagged on this whole idea of just keep putting out games that make very little. They don't make too many significant improvements between each one. Then it's group of gamers that really kind of spawn near them. It's not really what I would consider the most lovely of things. What are your thoughts, Marcus?
Duty. Call of Booty. Black Cop.
Call of Booty.
Because it's nothing but a whole bunch of this going on when it comes to Call of Duty. Don't get me wrong, I own Call of Duty because my friends own Call of Duty. And I know, look.
I'm just kidding with you.
It's a fun time, shooting your friend right in the face, but I don't play online. Believe you me, that's the only thing I don't do. I don't play online when it comes to that game because of the squeakers and of course you get the N bombs dropped on your head talking about you sound, are you an Igger? I'm like, no, I am not that. So, you get a lot of those. So the point is, for Halo, Call of Duty, any type of shooters, I love Gears of War. I play those games, but I only play them locally, or I play it for the story, or lack thereof, for the fact that shooters.
It's your secret confession that you actually do.
It's a skill set. It's pretty fun.
It's it's feel ashamed and dirty to play online.
I like Call of Duty to an extent. I like it for the friendship player, multiplayer thing. I don't like it for the online.
It's just so associated with certain groups on the internet.
Yes, it is, of course. But you get a few that's not associated with that certain group and play it for fun. I
was referring to a group that starts with a B. But
Oh,
I'm not going to
bros?
post that 5.
Bro gamers?
No,
Yeah.
no, not them. Not them, but you're pretty close. Or else I'm going to get in trouble.
Oh yeah, we don't want you getting in more trouble than you already are, Dan.
I had a pretty serious moment earlier on in this stream, you know.
Oh no.
But no, what was it? Oh my, but no, yeah, I know with, yeah, I don't blame you, Toxic, with, when it comes to Assassin's Creed. A lot of people, tend to associate that with, like, Prince of Persia. You know how, like, you don't see much of Prince of Persia these days.
Yeah, you don't. I haven't seen Prince of Persia since 2005.
Yeah.
That was 10 years ago.
You know what, Marcus?
Jeez.
You know what?
What?
Join me, Link. I will make you face the greatest of gods, or else you die. Then I need to do it more dramatically. I need to come really close to the camera, too. Join me,
Oh boy.
or else I'll make you face the goddess of gods.
I'm gonna throw a book at you.
No!
No! I won!
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
But no.
Oh boy. Wow, look at the time, Dan.
I know, it's already like... That's okay. It's Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Well, technically it's Sunday for me now, but it doesn't count. It's still nighttime for me.
In an hour. It'll be Saturday for me. Shoot, my kiddos are still hanging out.
They're staying up late, and then you're gonna have to wake them up earlier, right?
Nah, really don't.
Toxic's asking a good question. So what do you and Marcus think about the holy grail of RPGs, Dragon Quest?
I wouldn't call it the holy grail when it comes to RPGs. As far as holy grail goes to RPGs, it wouldn't go to Dragon Quest, because Dragon Quest hasn't been around. Matter of fact, Dragon Quest has been is a copy of another game. Matter of fact, Dragon Quest is a copy of Ultima. You can ask. Yes.
Shots have been fired.
Shots fired. I know. Ultima is the originator of that, but Dragon Quest made it better. I give it that. Dragon Quest is not considered the holy grail, but it's among the greats. And as far as if we want to give it the holy grail of RPGs, if I can just remember, when it comes to RPGs, like turn-based RPGs, like a turn-based or action, you got it, because there is
such a broad category.
Yeah, it's pretty broad for the and to have the holy grail of RPGs. You might want to elaborate a little bit, because I can give you, I played a lot of RPGs in my day. I love RPGs.
Oh yeah, me too.
I like strategy RPGs. I like action, role playing, turn based. I even played tabletop. Like, I still play D&D.
For me personally, I would say, like, I haven't played enough Dragon Quest to say what my personal thoughts are, but what I've seen, it looks awesome. Of course, like it's been around for a long, long time. It's awesome stuff. For me, what I would consider my kind of like my favorite turn-based RPGs, I'd probably put Chrono Trigger at the top. And honestly, out of like RPGs that are turn-based, probably my other ones, obviously, there's many others, but some that don't get as much recognition are like the Paper Mario games, of course, but they're really popular, of course. But Chrono Trigger is definitely at the top of mine. I know it's pretty cliched, but it's you really can't deny the awesomeness of Chrono Trigger.
You don't like Chrono Cross? It's actually
Honestly,
really good.
I haven't played Chrono Cross, but I really want to.
Oh, Chrono Cross is wonderful.
Oh yeah, I know. Like I've pretty much watched people play that thing, and like I really like what it does. I know some people really rag on Chrono Cross because of what it does differently, but it's what it does well. It does really well.
But when you want to talk about top tier RPGs, Legend of Dragoon is my go-to RPG.
Yeah, I haven't played it obviously, but I know how good it is because I remember when I was on the school bus, whenever we were going field trips, everybody be talking Legend of Dragoon.
Yeah, even better. It's even better than Final Fantasy VII at the time, and Final Fantasy VII is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the remake that's coming out, you know, Toxic was talking about cliche, which is, you know, he's kind of right. It is cliche because all these years, we've been asking Square Enix to make a remake since 2000. They've
been doing it for a long time. Like, I mean, longer than half of my life at least. And I'm almost 30. I'm like,
yes, and like I said, all these years, you know, they keep, Square Enix is casting the line, and we took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. We are now waiting for vaporware.
Yeah, because honestly, with me, I know I have my controversial views. Honestly, I'm not very excited for the remake because honestly, obviously we'll see what happens. I know blasphemy.
I'm not happy.
But I have a good way of prefacing what I'm saying. Is that if they're planning to make the game exactly what Final Fantasy VII was originally, a lot of people that are going to play it as new RPG players are going to be disappointed. But people that know and have played the original will definitely eat it all up. Because RPG genre has evolved quite a bit since Final Fantasy VII.
Oh yes. And even if they add the cool the Crisis Core, if they added the Crisis Core gameplay to the remake, you know, you can they should do that.
Yeah,
if I was a designer,
that's what I'm saying.
If I was making the Final Fantasy remake, hear me out, I would make it like the Crisis Core fighting mechanism because that was great. And two, if for purists, for you freaking hipsters out there, they should have a mode like you have Final Fantasy Remake Legendary mode, meaning the old school way to playing it, or Crisis Core mode, where the Crisis Core wheel. The story's the same, it's just the gameplay is different.
Yeah, because I honestly we'll see, because that's really what I hope is that they try to take that gameplay and kind of bring it to the next, bring it up to speed. Because come on, since then you have the Tales series that has come out, as an RPG in the RPG genre. If you compare how Final Fantasy VII's turn-based gameplay is compared to an action RPG these days, it looks pretty much like Stone Age.
Yes.
Seeing as how robust and smooth a lot of these newer RPGs are. A lot of people say Square Enix is the king of RPGs. Ever since a lot of this stuff has happened, I know people are gonna be like, how dare you say such a thing? I think Namco has really taken that title.
Whoa. Time out. Square Square Enix is not the king of RPGs. They're not the king of RPGs. And I'll back that up.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I know a company that to this day, all of their games are still good, playable games, and they're RPGs. A little company I like to call Working Designs. Working Designs is the best JRPG makers that never, that never saw, the light of day. Their games are so good, they're appreciated more now. But now that the company is no longer with us, kind of like the old Konami and all that other cool, all the old school, stuff, all the revenue, all the systems, all the games that they had made is going to go up and to get higher appreciation from the fans that we will want more. And since we can't have it, we want it even more. It's stupid, but it's the truth. Working Designs from Lunar, from Dragon Force 1 and 2, to Rhapsody, all have a whole plethora of RPGs that the RPG fans alike could play, and they're wonderful. Working Designs, the best RPG that never was.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I got a whole handful of people that could side with me on Working Designs.
So if you disagree, you're gonna be busting some legs, sucker.
Rest in peace. Yes, rest in peace, old Konami, because new Konami is a bunch of bitches now. Holy crap, new Konami! Oh gosh, new Konami, they really they be trolling. They be trolling because they was going to make a legacy collection pack like Rare did with the rare rewind for the Xbone, and Konami was going to do that for the PlayStation, for PlayStation systems, but Konami was trolling, at the same time, because on their website, if you went to their website lately, Konami was putting a poll on their legacy titles, and basically, what do you like? What do you know about these? Give us a poll on what you like in our franchises. What do you miss? What we should bring back? And since they wouldn't, they told us, and it's miserable, So, Konami, fuck you, Konami.
No, with me personally, like what I was saying is that a lot of people think Square Enix is still kind of like the grand Kuba of RPGs, and what I'm saying is that a lot of people they still make great stuff. But I'm saying is like if you were to compare like how many RPGs come out of Namco Bandai, for instance, compared to them, I would definitely put, like, if you're gonna put eggs in a basket of, like, who would you consider like big name RPG games? I think they've kind of taken that title. But definitely, there's a lot of good RPGs that a lot of people just don't know about these days.
Oh man, Ni no Kuni is great. Studio Ghibli, baby, that is really good. That's really good. It is expensive. It's an expensive game. Holy crap, that game's expensive. That game is so rich for my blood. Ni no Kuni is wonderful. Like, if you are out there and you get your hand on Ni no Kuni without being broke or having buyer's remorse, well, you won't have buyer's remorse. I'll take that back. Sorry, but if you have a choice between getting something to eat or paying a bill, and buy me no Kuni, you might want to take care of your business first. You know, you don't want to starve on the sake of great games. Trust me, as a collector, sometimes you got to make sacrifices, especially if you're a self-made person, a family man or woman, or when money is funny, and when your money's funny, you can't be, this is a very expensive hobby. It's great, but it's expensive.
Well, I have a fun question for the chat. If there was a video game, because I know there's definitely people in the chat that play a lot of older games as well. If there was a game that you really want, but you don't have it right now, it's mainly because the price of it is a bit too high. Like, people just sell it at a really high rate compared to what it maybe is worth actually. What game would you say you really, really want? Like, you've been maybe wanting it for a long time, but you just can't because it's just people ask too much money for it. Yet, even 5 or 10 years ago, actually, I would even argue 4 or 5 years ago, would have charged a very reasonable amount of money for it. What game would that be? I'll start with you, Mark.
Panzer Dragoon Saga for the Sega Saturn. It's the only game I don't have in my collection. I got all the Panzer Dragoon games except that one. That fucking one. Panzer Dragoon Saga. I got Orta. I got Zwei. I got regular. I even got the Game Gear one. The Game Gear Panzer Dragoon. I don't have Panzer Dragoon or Saga, and I'm sad. Oh, that and Mega Man Saturn, Mega Man 8 for the Saturn.
That version, yes.
Mega Man 8 for the Saturn goes for $300.
Jeez Louise, that's crazy.
Right now, Mega Man 8. I have Mega Man 8 for the PlayStation. But on the Saturn version has more stuff.
Yeah.
More music, cutscenes, all of it.
It has the extra bosses too.
And Cutman and Woodman.
Yeah.
Mega Man 8 for the Saturn. But Panzer Dragoon gets me a little miffed. But
yeah. I would say 3 games for me. The top one, foremost, that I really wish I can have in cartridge form is Mega Man 5.
Mega Man 5?
Yeah, Mega Man 5 goes for quite a bit these days.
I could talk to Ian at Game Crazy. I mean, not Game Crazy. Luna Video Games over here in San Diego, and he sells Mega Man for $20-$30.
Yeah, that's more reasonable. What if you were to go online right now and you'd go look up Mega Man 5, if for a tardy quality cartridge, you could be spending up to about $75 to $90, and for a good quality one, you could be spending up to $120. And that's just a cartridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and and the funny thing is, people tend to rag on 5. Yet, personally, 5 is actually my favorite out of the first 6. But that's just me. But that's also one thing that tends to get reflected in Mega Man Eternal too, as well. Seeing as I got most of my inspiration for that game from that one, and a lot of people don't like it because it's more mellow than the other ones.
Yeah, I like Mega Man 5, Gravity Man, Crystal Man, Gyro Man, all of that. Like, Crystal Man's music is so mellow.
Oh, the music is great in that game.
Like, I will draw my pictures to Mega Man music, and Crystal Man is in my playlist. You know.
The end theme of that game is spectacular.
Really? Oh, the Doctor.
No, like the credits music, like the music they play at the end of the game.
Oh yeah, I like that. I like the Mega Man 3 ending music.
Yeah, I've heard it too many times. I love 5, although I've listened to 5's ending music far too much, but I still enjoy it every single time.
Wait, isn't 5 ending music a callback to the Mega Man 2 opening, but a higher pitch? It's like da, 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 da,
No, that's 4.
Oh, 4 has it. Okay.
5 has a different song altogether.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, that's one of the ones I would love to have. Like if that one, because keep in mind, online, like 4 or 5 years ago, before the whole Pawn Stars thing got popular, where people started charging ridiculous amounts for NES cartridges, and the geek culture started hijacking all this cartridge-based stuff, where people just buy the cartridges and they don't play them. What happened was, like, I could get Mega Man 10, not Mega Man 10. Like, I'd be concerned if I was the case. I got Mega Man 3, like a good quality cartridge, for I think $3. Yeah, $3 on eBay. Now you'd be lucky to spend at least 4 times that for a good deal.
Oh man,
Because keep in mind, after shipping, that's like 11 or 12 bucks. So it was pretty reasonable.
No.
Like, because the thing is, the only places you can really go, and even then you can't trust them entirely, are pawn shops. Because that's actually, like, that's one place, one of those things I love doing is going to pawn shops, because that's a good place to go. But I don't know with the Pawn Store stuff, and I haven't gone in a while. But, like, you used to be able to go, like, I remember when I got Sonic, like, I got Sonic 3. I got Sonic and Knuckles. I gotta correct myself. Sonic 1 and Sonic 3, I got both of those games for $11. Good quality cartridges.
In box with I
didn't get the boxes with them. That's just the cartridges. But if you were to see now the prices on those, like they're ridiculous.
I bet.
Oh yeah. Now I have to tell you the other two. The other two I have to tell you. The other two, Mega Man X3.
Which one? Nope. Which one? The PlayStation
Super
version?
Nintendo one. Super Nintendo.
Oh, the original. Okay, the Super Nintendo one.
Super Nintendo.
Because
the good one. The good one.
Oh, the one without the.
With the exception that the cutscenes are pretty cool.
The cutscenes are really cool. It's just the music.
The sound effects, the music are weird. Now,
yes.
But that game, if you want to get a cartridge of that, it ain't cheap. That and then the third one, of course, with suit of that is Mega Man X2. Do you want to know why?
Why Mega Man X2? That's
it's
Green
not cheap
Biker Dude? Is that what it is?
It's not cheap either, but I had the opportunity to buy that game from a place. I had the opportunity to get it for $15 from one of my local video rental stores. I had the opportunity, but I didn't do it. And now if you look at the prices for Mega Man X2, just for the cartridge, I'm kicking myself so bad.
Oh, for the loose cartridge, it's like what? $80 to $100 now?
If you're lucky, you can get that. If you're lucky. If you're lucky, you can get that. X2. That's if you're lucky, you can get that.
And by the way, Flame Hyena is annoying. Burn to the ground, burn to the ground. Oh, I'm sick of that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sick of that. Burn to the ground. Like, burn him to the ground. That's why on that X game, because of Axel and Flame Hyena, burn to the ground. That's it.
Well, my chat hasn't been updating this whole time. No wonder why I wasn't seeing anything. I gotta refresh my chat log. Sorry, guys, I didn't even notice other stuff was going on in the chat. I'm like, why is Bird going up?
I don't know why it gone up because of maybe because
there we
of
go. Now I can see what's going on. Now I can see everybody else's other answers.
I said toxic because toxic.
Yeah, now I'm seeing it now.
Talking about burning
on eBay. On eBay, if you wanted to get the cartridge right now, the cheapest one right now is $142. Then the next after that is $172.
$172 for a loose cartridge?
Yes.
Oh.
Now keep in mind, you can get the Japanese one way cheaper though.
But it's
you get the Japanese one.
It's a Super
Famicom for about $32.
But you got to buy an expensive Super Famicom.
Yeah, or you get yourself one of those like Retron machines that plays the Super Famicom games.
Yeah, Retron machines play it, and I would invest in a Retron because you can play it on HD TVs.
Yeah,
you can play it on you get a fairly decent picture, if not true pixelated goodness, on a Retron console with your cartridge with HDMI. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, but no, but no, like seriously, the Mega Man X2 manual, just the manual, is going for about $100 on eBay, and it's not even in good quality.
Wait, how much?
$99.52, and it's not even in great quality. I'll show you this. Let's see. I'll screen share this sucker. You just gotta see it to believe it. Let's see here. It's for reals.
US 79 for Mega Man X2.
Just the manual.
No
it has
game,
a rip in it.
Collecting. It's all collecting is a double-edged sword.
Oh yeah, like the thing that bugs me is like if you're big into collecting and you don't want to play your games and that, like I can understand collecting, but like this isn't even in good quality. Like this isn't like it says good, very shape, but look at it, like how dented it is in that. Like I would pay like if I wanted like
creased.
Yeah, it's creased. It's all bent.
It's faded.
Like why would someone pay that much money for such a poor quality manual unless your course really is that desperate to have the manual, like in physical form like that. Like, geez Louise. But yeah, no, Mega Man X3, for instance, goes for some pretty crazy prices as well. Like Mega Man X3, let's go for some Mega Man X3 love. Let's see. We want best match, just because we'll keep getting Famicom references. Cart only, $327. And that's not even the shipping. The shipping ain't free. Oh, this is just insane. All I know is the one thing I do miss about manuals is I love having the manual just to look at the art. That's one thing I genuinely miss about not having instruction manuals. Is I absolutely love having it so that I can actually look at the art, and because that's the one thing I absolutely love. Because I have my old manuals, all from whenever I would get new games. I have them all in like one bin. And it's always nice to just look at the art and everything. It's a really something that you don't get as much anymore. But no, like that much money for a manual, holy jeez Louise, and it's not even in great shape. Like holy jeez Louise. Some of the prices on X3 and X2 are pretty crazy. And Marcus, I can't hear you at the moment. For some reason, it just like went away. Like I can understand some of these better quality ones being so darn priced. Oh my, well, but that's pretty good quality stuff there. 3,000. That could pay a good tuition. I'd even say goodnight to Jasper. Sorry, Jasper, but yes. But no, let's go back to these other ones I wanted to point out. Yeah, Super Metroid. That's a good choice. That's something I definitely would think that yeah, that's a good pick. As for ones I don't have it for myself at the moment, but yeah, that's one you definitely find for a bit more these days. I remember when that used to be once, like especially when the Super Nintendo started phasing out, it really got pretty cheap to get. Conker's Bad Fur Day. Oh my, that game is just delicious. Oh boy. Oh my God. The Hotel Mario. Them Mario references. Oh, toasters. Toast. Oh boy. But no, there's some games that are just ridiculous in how much they're priced these days. What the? I typed 5. I'm just looking at more prices. But no, it's definitely a lot cheaper to get the Famicom or Super Famicom versions of them. But providing you have the right console to play them. Oh, that's not that bad. A price for five Game Boy games, but you have to be able to play them. Oh, this is a Famicom. I want Mega Man 5. Let's see. Sometimes I have to search on the side. That's one thing you always have to watch out for on eBay. Sometimes they want to sell you a poster rather than the actual game. Or they want to sell you the box. Sometimes I find it's pretty hit and miss when you want to get Mega Man 5. So you can get the cheaper ones with the Famicom versions. But if you want the actual one, it ain't that cheap. I haven't spotted one yet. Usually they have 1 or 2 kicking around on here. Where are we? Typically around. That's pretty awesome. Got a carrying case there. Got some custom boxes. Huh, I guess nobody's selling Mega Man 5 at the moment. Or at least the American one, not But no, I remember when these games used to be pretty reasonably priced. Now they're just you know what they say, when there's smoke, they pinch back. Marcus, are you back? I'm hearing something. I mean, there's something here.
Dan, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome back, Marcus.
Oh, Great. Now you can't. Now,
Oh boy. Marcus is
Hold on.
dying. Marcus, you've taken a real beating tonight, haven't you?
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me. That's Mama Luigi to you, Mario. Why? But anyways, guys, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be winding up the stream. But let me know if you like this and if you want me to do more of these. I honestly thought it was just pretty fun. I think if we do more of these, I would definitely be down for doing that. What do you guys think?
Okay, now. Oh my goodness. Jeez. I couldn't hear you. No, I couldn't hear you at all.
You couldn't hear me at all? Oh, what I was saying was I think I'm going to be winding up the stream right now, but I want people to say if they'd like to see more of these so we can do some more streams like this, because I really enjoy the live chat when we have all of this stuff going on. That way, some people can check out this one and then they can see if they can come and join the next one, because I had a lot of fun doing this. No, sounds great to me, you guys. Yeah, feel free to share this. Seriously, I'll make sure to try to advertise it a bit ahead of time. That way, more people will know it, and feel free to share it around. But no, thanks, Marcus, for coming on. But yeah, if you guys are ever interested and want to be on here, feel free to let me know.
I go put little ones to bed.
Yeah, put them to bed. Put them to bed. But anyways, thank you everybody, and have yourself a beautiful night. I'll see you around.